So those of you that were here yesterday, how did your evening go? How was your mindfulness, mainly? Working on it? Yeah? Went okay? Did you have any little exercises you were doing in particular?
Yes.
What's your name?
Melissa.
Melissa.
Yes, I did several meditations, and then I have some music I played after, and then before going to bed. I rested very well after that, and this morning I woke up with the meditation.
Nice. Helpful for the mind? I mean,
Yes.
a little bit. What happens is if we're doing a regular practice and you start to get some... Sorry about that. Good morning. What's great, what Melissa's saying is, I think for people that start to really create and develop a regular practice, but you notice even from one time, a little bit of meditation, setting a motivation, anything like that you add in, the mindfulness exercise, you start to notice my mind's a little calmer, I'm a little more focused, a little more directed in a direction I'd like to go in, and so it's helpful. So when you miss those days and those exercises, your people say they're cranky, they feel a little off balance that day. So it really starts, you see, quite quickly it starts to benefit your mind. I find that quite helpful. So you can experiment yourselves. Other people, I know what we did last night. I know what we did this morning. We had a very heated discussion about racism. So I didn't really want to leave the house like that. But it was interesting, though. It's interesting we debate a little bit, right? It's like, Western debate. Like that, very energetic, very helpful sometimes. So anyway, thank you very much. So we're going to start with a little meditation again. And if you missed it this morning, missed your meditation, didn't set a motivation, you can do it at any time in the day. So one of the things I also find, if you don't have a regular practice set up yet, you'd like to set something up, or sometimes your practice is inconsistent, is if you miss a day, you just start the next day. You miss a couple days, you just start the next day. It's okay. And then slowly it starts to, if you can get it more regular, you do need to make effort to say that there's so many other succulent distractions out there. So, fair enough, that's like that. But this is your mind. So it's quite key, I think, and it's very helpful. So, but at any time, when I was first practicing, I was working full-time, and I wasn't used to meditating every morning, and then I'd get to work, and I'd be like, so then I'd just sit at my desk quietly, and I'd have a little motivation there. So you can do things like that. You're on the bus going to work, or a little harder to do in the car, like that, but sometimes you can have a motivation in the car. So the main thing, again, is to have the spine extended. I think we're pretty comfortable, pretty aware of the posture. Let's find that comfortable posture for the body. How's your mind today? Okay, so as you sit here, just notice right now different thoughts and experiences that are arising in your mind. And just note them as they bubble up at times. And then when you notice, you can just bring your mind back to a breath, a normal, natural breath. And just keep that breath moving through your system. And when a thought comes, you just observe simply. Again, without any further story or judgment. And then simply, with gentleness directed towards yourself, bring your mind back to the breath. Something else you can try if you would like to work on concentration. For instance, shine. Shine is a Tibetan word for calm abiding. We're trying to place our mind on an object and keep it there, have it abide there calmly, without wavering. The normal situation for us is the mind wanders off the object frequently. In fact, it's very hard to even keep your mind on the object for more than a couple seconds. So you try your best. So if you'd like, place a radiant, tiny drop of light just outside the nostrils, where the air enters in and leaves the body. Tiny little golden drop of light. And keep all of your concentration there. If you're having trouble with distractions, you can brighten the intensity of the light. And again, when a distraction comes, just observe and bring the mind back to the drop of light. So we have woken up to another day. Just take a moment to relish that you've woken up to another day in this life you have. And yes, we all have various problems. But to wake up in this part of the world that is relatively safe, clean, we have a relative level of freedom, ability to work, support ourselves, we have shelter, we have a warm bed to sleep in, delicious food, relatively clean air and water. Take a moment, reflect on these wonderful situations in your life. Reflect on your own good qualities for a moment. So even if we wake up with a groan, and you wake up with dread, which some people wake up with, this is a way to counter that negative emotion in the mind, by focusing on your precious human rebirth. And try as deeply as you can to appreciate this situation. You're not in a war-torn country. You're not carrying bricks on your head all day long for 30 cents. You're not an animal. You're not mentally ill. On and on. Many, many situations you're free from. Many wonderful opportunities you have in the current form and life you are in. So let that wave of appreciation soak through your body, and imagine it melting even to a cellular level. And let that gratitude also wash through every mental activity you have through your mind. And take a moment now to consider your purpose for being here. And there's many other things we could be doing today. I really salute you for coming here right now. Perhaps you'll get some information that may help you counter negative emotions as they arise in your mind. So see if you can also include in your intention the idea that by getting this information, it may help you move along a path to full awakening, in a sense to become a Buddha Buddha means fully awakened being. From that place, you're completely unlimited in helping all others. So if you'd like to include that in your motivation, great. Or whatever your motivation, and please set a positive intention right now for this day. So please relax and you can open your eyes. We were talking yesterday also about mindfulness. So, did anyone try any little exercises? Melissa mentioned some things. Did you notice how quickly you dropped your mindfulness as soon as you left here? Right? It's so amazing. It just, boom, it's gone, you know? So again, this is about the yogini mind. You're continually bringing the mind back to what's important, bringing the mind back to a virtuous mind state. And trying to even take a 5-minute segment. You could be brushing your teeth. These are exercises you can do mindfully. Like you're just brushing your teeth. Have you ever done that? Right? You know, we're brushing our teeth, but I'm thinking of something else. Or I'm brushing my teeth and I'm in the middle of something else in the medicine cabinet. And can we just do, so what I'm trying to get you to do is, if you are able to, meditation slows down your mind. And it shows you the space in your mind, that your mind is actually clear and knowing. We talked about this Friday night and Saturday. That's your mind. So normally, if we don't meditate, you don't see that and you don't experience it at all. My mind is busy. My mind's full of anxiety. My mind's full of depression or anger or pride or whatever but that's not actually the nature of your mind. Okay. So another antidote, a general antidote I mentioned in countering negative mind states. The first one was mindfulness and self-awareness. Okay. It's very hard to do that if you don't meditate regularly. But through meditation, I'm more able to say, oh, I missed my meditation this morning, I missed my motivation. Back to the focus. What's my intention for the day? So that's why I said do little exercises. Like for instance, if you're driving, it's 20 minutes to drive from your house, let's say, to here. Some of you longer. And also, I meant to ask, sorry to interject, do you have a ride today back to the city?
I do.
You do, okay, because I might be able to drive you if you didn't have a ride, okay. So, if you have 20 minutes, maybe you don't have the mindfulness the whole 20 minutes, that's hard to maintain, but it would be great if you could. What about 5 minutes? You know, so what I'm doing is I've got my mind, I'm driving, and I'm 5 minutes really going to just be driving, very conscious of the turn signal and my pace, my speed, the other cars. You're much more aware to see if somebody's trying to speed up and get in front of you, or if somebody's turning the road. You're much better able to drive. People often that have accidents, it's because they drop their mindfulness on the driving. distracted, they took their mind, they took their eyes off for a second, and boom, they didn't realize the car stopped in front of them. Happens all the time. So you can also experiment, for instance, brushing your teeth is a very easy thing, it happens in 5 minutes. So maybe you make that your exercise, put a post-it on the medicine cabinet in the bathroom so you're mindfully brushing your teeth. And what it does is it starts to just bring the mind into a focus on one thing, one basic activity at a time. Now we're multitaskers, and that's okay, but sometimes through too much multitasking all the time, and you experiment yourself, please, you will get much less done. So if you're someone that needs to get things done, you investigate. You check up, and please investigate everything I'm saying. Don't just swallow, but really check up on how does this relate to my life, okay? So I like to do these little exercises myself just to see, if I'm going to have a glass of orange juice, can I really experience that? From the pouring and the drinking of it, But no, I'm drinking and I'm watching TV and I'm drinking and I'm reading the newspaper and what if you just kind of enjoyed even 2 sips? You see, so what happens is you're getting your mind, you're getting to start to see your mind. And there is a space of the mind. There's a space of awareness. And it's the more you can really focus in there, then it informs your daily activities. They come from there. So what happens when a negative thing starts to arise, and all of a sudden I feel really, really angry, let's say, right? Or I feel incredibly attached, where I'm just grasping on. I needed things to be this way. And my friends change their plans. My husband doesn't want to go out tonight. And you're just... So then I remember the nature of my mind. And the way I remember the nature of my mind is because I meditate regularly to understand that my mind isn't attachment. And so delusions are afflicted mental states that disturb the balance of your mind and the spacious, luminous quality that's aware of things. Anything that disturbs that is considered delusion. We all have them as an ordinary being. Delusions, again, I mentioned yesterday, they start from the 3 poisons. What's the fundamental root delusion? Ignorance. Fundamental ignorance, also called confusion, because we have a mistaken perception of how things exist. Okay? And then there's 2 other delusions from this called the 3 poisons. What's another one? Anger, hatred. Okay, and somebody else. What's the 3rd one? Desire and attachment. Yes, thank you. Okay, so these are the 3 root delusions. Okay, so we've got confusion or ignorance, anger, hatred, and attachment and desire. Okay, those are 3 of the 6 root delusions. And this is how it gets going in your mind. You want to understand how the function happens. And then there's 3 additional root delusions. Number 4. Pride, thank you. Pride. Number 5. Okay, see, so what's interesting already is, are we actively listening? So this is why I repeat, and the normal way the teaching goes is the teacher states it once, they tend to repeat it at the end of the session, and then the next day they review a little bit. Because for me, I found the 3rd time then it goes in. Like the way it's hard to catch it on the first round. Sometimes it's new information for people. Okay? So the next delusion we have is doubt. Doubt. What's that? Fear is not a root delusion. No, it's not a root delusion, but thank you. That's a good guess. And I think fear comes from underneath ignorance. We have a misunderstanding and then you don't understand, and fear is rooted in that. Comes from that. And then the 6th root delusion. Anybody remember?
Jealousy? Is it like jealousy?
Jealousy is a branch delusion. So wrong views, holding wrong views. Okay? So holding wrong views relates to that we don't have a direct perception of emptiness on an ultimate level. Mistaking how things exist. On another level, I mentioned ethical wrong views. Years ago, when people didn't understand the ramifications, the dangers of smoking tobacco, so everybody smoked. They didn't realize how dangerous, So if you felt that tobacco smoking cigarettes was good for your health, that's holding a wrong view, obviously, right? You can apply it to the Dharma. Thinking you're going to live forever in this body is holding a wrong view. It's just not true. But some people have that view. Okay. So those are wrong views. Those are the 6 root delusions. Then they branch. So I mentioned jealousy, for instance, could be one part anger, one part attachment. Jealousy. And then we have things like forgetfulness, which is a lack of mindfulness, okay, that's rooted in confusion, ignorance. And then you have things like pride branches into arrogance and haughtiness. And you have things like laziness. So a type of laziness, which is a delusion of the mind, is busyness. Being overly busy. Oh, I can't do my practice, I'm too busy. We have many sophisticated excuses about busyness of why we can't practice. And poor Jody and Mike, who've been living with me for a couple days now, have suffered under my scrutiny of their excuses. They've been so sweet and to put up with me, basically. So it's very interesting. Be very skillful. This is a path. Tibetan Buddhism, meditation. This is a path to get to know your mind. Okay, and this sounds like a cliche, but to be friends with your mind. And I honestly say that to become friends with your mind is, it sounds kind of trite, but what happens is people start meditating and a lot of gunk comes up. They start to see all the negative things. Okay. There's also joyous things in your mind and joyous things that you are. But somehow our culture isn't patterned to recognize that as much as the negative. Just how it is. So part of our job in that is relaxing with the negative stuff. And I actually look at my stuff sometimes with a lot of gentleness and a lot of humor. I know I have some character traits, and that's how it is sometimes, and I'm working on it. And that's the best I can do. I don't get down on myself anymore. I used to. Okay? And then sometimes humor. You do something stupid, right? Can you enjoy and laugh at yourself as long as nobody got really hurt? Sometimes I'm just like, God, I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know why I did that. But I did it, and okay, I'll learn, I'm not going to do it again, but we make mistakes because we're human. It's okay. It's the nature of being human, actually. So why don't we kind of let it go and forgive ourselves when we make mistakes? It's okay. We're very hard often, as a culture, very hard on ourselves. So this is really becoming friends, and noticing oh, I'm really, one of my delusions is I'm more angry than attached. Somebody might notice I'm really jealous. Some people are very aware if they suffer from chronic depression. They're very aware of that. Okay, so they're kind of ahead of the game on that, and there's things you can do to change it. So we're going to go on today, and we're going to have lunch around 12:30, and we will take a break, and then we'll have lunch until 2, and then we'll come back from 2 to 4. I wanted to mention that as well. So going on, if you remember the nature of the mind, and it does take your effort and skill to get yourself onto a cushion or sit in a chair and every day try to look at your mind a little bit. In the beginning it's very difficult because it's and you're not familiar with the space of mind, to be gentle with it. To kind of say, well, what do you mean my mind? But you start to get to know yourself over time with practice. So initially with our negative mind states, what you have to do is be aware of what are your main delusions. What are your main delusions? So when I mention the list of the 6, okay, ignorance, anger, desire, pride, doubt, and wrong views. One is already jumping out to you. You're like, well, that's mine. Okay. We have all of them, by the way. But we each have, some of us are heavier in attachment, some are heavier in pride, some are, and you meet people and you can say, well, she's always very arrogant.
So what's the difference between ignorance and the wrong view?
So they're similar, but the wrong views is related to ignorance, but there's 5, the way it's divided is into 5 wrong views.
Okay.
So one of them, for instance, was holding an ethical wrong view. Like I mentioned, cigarette smoking is good for your health. Or there are people that think it's okay to steal. You probably know people like this. There are people I know that think it's perfectly okay to steal. So that's like a type of wrong view. There's a wrong view related to the Dharma, meaning you don't just investigate the philosophy, but you say, His Holiness the Dalai Lama says we're all going to die, I think that's garbage. That's holding a wrong view. It's different to say, I'm not really sure about that, so I'm going to put it over here. And I'm going to investigate these other things I really like, and then later so it's different like that. And then one of the wrong views is not having a direct perception of emptiness. So it's quite related, but slightly different. It divides them out a little bit differently. So some of them jump out where this is the one. So one of your main applications is start with your biggest delusion first. Start countering that first. Okay, and we're going to talk about specifically today some of the delusions and specific antidotes to those. Okay, and feel free to say, I want to hear about such and such, okay? So one of the other general delusions, the first general antidote is, I mentioned mindfulness and self-awareness. The second one is remembering the nature of the mind. So in order to help this is you need to start to have a meditation component in your life, because that will remind you about the actual nature of your mind, that it's clear and knowing. The mind has a quality of clear, spacious luminosity, and it has another quality that's aware of things. That's it. That's your mind. Your mind is not angry. It's not confused and cluttered and busy, and those are simple, and so the way you can remember it, it's like clouds in the sky. Our mind is like the clear blue sky. And occasionally you go outside and there's a heavy bank of rain clouds, and they completely obscure the clear blue nature of the sky from you. Right? It's just like your mind when there's a heavy delusion in it. Some delusions are like light puffy clouds, right? You have a little moment of pride. Boop, little jealousy comes up. Ding. Those are much more easily dealt with, and those are the ones you start to deal with when you're dealing with your delusion. I give you an example. Or anybody, do you want to try a delusion? What's coming up for you? What would you say name your delusion? I somehow when I think of this is like I'll say to people, know your delusion. Some people don't even know really what's motoring the mind, what the delusionary part of their mind. It reminds me of years ago the movie Ghostbusters. Remember this movie, Ghostbusters? And what does she say? Name your who's going to destroy you? Name your destroyer. It's the first thought that pops into your mind is the Stay Fresh Marshmallow guy. Okay, so know your delusion. What pops up when I mention the 6 root delusions? What do people always afraid to say what their delusion is? Jealousy. So jealousy is not a root delusion, but we can take jealousy. Okay. So what happens is, I had a moment last night of jealousy, I would say, and then I was watching that for a while. So I think, I'm not absolutely sure, I think Lama Zopa Rinpoche right now is at Laudo in Nepal. I found this out because somebody sent me a thing and said, look at this on, I don't know what it was on, Facebook or something. I'm not a big Facebooker, but occasionally, I have a Facebook page and I used to use it for our center, the center where I last was. So I was at Laudo 6 months ago doing retreat. It's a beautiful retreat center near Mount Everest in Nepal. And if you'd like, at the break time, I have a video with me. I can show you a slideshow, 10-minute slideshow, if you'd like to see like that. So it's a very remote retreat center at 13,000 feet where Rinpoche has a holy cave. And you can go up and do meditation. You need your own program. It's very remote. His sister is a nun who lives there, and they'll serve you food, and you can stay up there for a day or 3 months or whatever, if you go with your own program. So I know that Rinpoche's sister always asks me, when is Rinpoche coming? And she always asks him to come, and it's very hard to get up there, and it's expensive for him. He'd take a helicopter. Otherwise, you can walk and fly and then walk from there. So it's hard, and I think with Rinpoche's health it's been a concern because it's very far away. And so anyway, I think he's there now. And so initially, and there's a friend of mine I think who's there, and so I initially had this little I want to be there. Because I've been up there once with Rinpoche and it was just a delight, and it's a place really precious for me. And so I noticed this little envy come up. And then I thought of my friend who was unable to go up in November because he has very bad knees. and I think he's up there. And then I kind of watched. So what happened is that jealousy, the envy, turned up as a little light, wispy moment. It could have gone into full-blown whatever. I don't usually experience full-blown jealousy anymore. It just doesn't mold into that. So I watched this little, ploop, a little obscuration come in the mind. So it's not my mind. I'm not a jealous person. Okay? So you detach from the emotion. This is another way to counter negative mind states. Meaning I just observed, I had a little obscuration of jealousy in my mind. You see the difference? I know people, I'm an angry person. That's kind of heavy. But if you say, sometimes I have a lot of anger in my mind, you see the difference? So it's a way to counter. So I watched this little wispy envy, jealousy come up, and I went, I was so happy at Laudo last year. I love being up there. It's wonderful to be up there when Rinpoche's up there. And my friend couldn't go up. Like hopefully he got in the helicopter and just flew up because his knees are so bad. And he's a wonderful guy. And then I just started rejoicing that he was up there with Rinpoche and that Rinpoche was there. His sister's been desperate for him to come. His brother is actually, Rinpoche's brother is a layman in his 60s in Kathmandu with 4 grown children. He's the director of Laudo now for the last 6 years. And he's been having a really horrendous time trying to develop the center because it's at 13,000 feet. All the materials have to be flown up from Kathmandu. They're flown a 3-hour walk away, and it's very expensive. And the people in that region, they're very jealous for some odd reason. They're Buddhists, but so what happens is when somebody wants to build a big gompa or do improvements, they jack up the price of the porters because they're like, well, obviously you have a lot of money to build this, so we want some of that money. So it's been really frustrating for him. And he's also had a thing where he got a helicopter drop because you can't get cars in, you have to walk, it's a footpath. He managed to get some of these toilet fixtures, Asian toilets, ceramic. And he loaded up a few of those for the outhouses. They were actually I couldn't believe it louder that there's a real toilet there. It was amazing. It used to just be a hole in the ground. And there are still holes in the ground as well. But he got a few of them sent up with a helicopter that agreed to take some to the valley, the village right below Laudo, 20-minute walk. So super easy. And whatever it was, they dropped them and they all broke. So he's been going through stuff that the amount of cement that you need for stuff, the cost of the cement's really heavy. So I think for him, I'm just delighted that Rinpoche is up there now because it'll just be a help for him. Because his mind, when I just saw him last year, Rinpoche's brother, he was really not happy. But, you get a Dharma project, it's hard work, it's great purification to do the work. He's done a beautiful job at Laudo, building new cabins and fixing the place up and building a new library and so I really rejoice, and I told him again and again how amazing it is. But when you're in it, it's really hard. It's really hard. And he spent a lot of his own money doing it. And so through that thought process, the jealousy went. You see, so I'm nipping it before suddenly, because what you could do is carry it on. Okay, so here's another thing that I learned, and I'm sorry the neuroscientist guy isn't here today. I recently read a book a few months ago called My Stroke of Insight. Has anyone heard of this book? My Stroke of Insight by Jill Bolt Taylor. She's a neuroscientist, neuroanatomist, more specifically. And at the age of 37, she had a major hemorrhage, a stroke, in the left side of her brain. As a neuroscientist, she was aware what was happening at the time, and she also has a TED Talk. But the book is great. So the book she wrote about from the onset of the stroke until her full recovery 7 years later. And it's also helpful in the back because she has tips for how to deal with stroke patients. So you may know somebody who has a stroke, or you might encounter someone in the future who will experience a stroke. And they may recover, but for a while they may be impaired. And I thought it was really helpful the way she discusses, you don't need to yell at me. I hear you. I'm just going to respond really slowly. This is the best I can do. Like it's really helpful, these points she had about, I'm not mentally ill, I'm just impaired. I'm just a little bit damaged right now. but I'm getting better. You know, she has all these little techniques of how to talk with a stroke patient. She mentions things also. Med students, residents, interns would come in occasionally to attend her in the hospital she was in. She had doctors, but she said that what happened is when somebody came in all rushed, not making eye contact with her, and just immediately taking vitals and then trying to quickly ask her a question that she couldn't answer that quickly, she said it drained her energy for healing, right? And when somebody came in, and she had this brand new, some new med student turned up. He was the youngest guy, apparently, the least experienced. Showed up in the room with the chart, and sat down, came in very quietly, looked her right in the eye, and spoke very slowly, clearly, in a normal pace, normal tone. And she said it was a delight. Every time he came, she was just very happy to see him, and was very responsive and eager to communicate. So it's another thing to notice how you are in your space of life. What are you bringing into your house when you walk in? And do you have a consideration, if you live with others, do you have a consideration of what are they doing on the other side of the door when I come in? We don't. We come in with our stuff. You know, barge into the kitchen, open the refrigerator. You don't know that somebody, you know, so what's that space? How do I walk into my office? How do I walk into my workplace? How do I manage my car on the roadway? That's another space. And you know when people swerve around you speeding, you have a moment of like, whoa. It's alarming. It has a little, so like let's be gentle, let's be harmonious with the planet. The planet needs harmony, needs harmonizing. Okay, so at least I can take my little life bubble here, and I don't have to upset other people as much as possible. So there's a lot of stuff. If you're on public transportation, how do I get on? How do I give up my seat for someone on public transportation? Resentfully? Like, oh, you had to get on my train? I just got my good seat with my book, or is it joyfully? So there's many ways you can know. How are you in the supermarket? Okay, so sometimes I ask people, like an exercise is, we're going to be bodhisattva warriors, and this is actually, if you're on the Mahayana path, this is what you're signing up to do, is to be a bodhisattva warrior. And what bodhisattva warriors do, bodhisattva is like a Buddhist saint, and they're on a path to attain bodhicitta, or they already have. And bodhicitta, again, is a Sanskrit term that means, what does bodhi mean? Enlightenment, thank you. Chitta? Anybody remember? Mind. Okay, the mind of enlightenment. The mind of enlightenment is focused on getting enlightened to benefit all others. Bodhicitta is focused on cherishing others more than yourself. It's radical in our culture a lot of times. Okay, so bodhisattva warriors, they do not go to war with others, they go to war with their delusions. And they're very vigilant every time a delusion arises in the mind. If you have a text, a verse, the 8 verses of mind transformation, one of them is, every time a delusion arises in my mind, I will be vigilant to counteract it at that moment, to be aware and to not act from that place. Can you imagine? Every time you have to be very vigilant. So at least we try as much as we can, slowly. So you start with the small experiences. So if you have anger operating, okay, you start with irritation, annoyance. I start to watch as that arises in my mind, and before it gets monstrous, to counter things. So anyway, what Jill Bolt-Taylor says in her book, My Stroke of Insight, because she's a neuroscientist, she says that for the neurological activity to come into being in your mind, to basically arise in the mind, she's also involved with the brain. Okay, Tibetan Buddhism says the mind is what's controlling and dictating how the brain and the body work and things like that. She'll say the neurological activity comes, the thought starts, okay? And she says it's technically literally a 90-second experience until it washes out. Okay. So I found this really helpful. Okay. You have a negative mind state, you're grasping onto something, you're completely averted from something, right? And there it is in the mind, and it's very rampant in the mind, right? It takes over the entire space of awareness of your mind. It's all you know, and you feel it in the body. You're tight here, your face might get flushed, you get sweaty, your blood pressure raises, your heart, you just feel this toppling. Okay, I'm unbalanced. So the thing is, it finishes in 90 seconds. Out of habit, negative habit in your mind, you allow it to go on. You take it on further and further and further. And you only do that because you're familiar with doing that. So what I've been doing now since I read this book, I really like this. And then I read in the Pema Chodron book, she was doing the same thing I was doing. I give myself the 90 seconds. If I have some delusion comes into my mind, sometimes I can't counter it right away. I can't do anything. I allow it the 90 seconds. Let it play its course fully. I'm jealous that they're at Laudo and I'm not. I mean, I didn't say it like that, but in my mind I kind of let it spin out for 90 seconds. Not a very long time, 90 seconds. It's a minute and a half, that's it. Okay? And then I knew that was washing, that was finished in my body-mind, right? So then I went into rejoicing. I interrupted it. Interrupted a familiar habit of carrying it on, perhaps. Right? I've been interrupting a lot of those habits anymore, so they're not as, it's not as easily to get that going, of the negativity going on and on and on. Chronic depression is a really hard one. Because some people have been chronically depressed. I have a friend, she's been chronically depressed for over 30 years now. So what happens is she may not be able to solve it, chronic depression. She is on medication, she is in therapy, right? Because she's got such a long ingrained habit. Okay, I do believe because of purification practices and understanding the nature of your mind, you could change some things. But it's going to take a lot of effort on her part. People like that, people that suffer for years from anxiety attacks, let's say, you can make some strides, okay? So let the anxiety attack, give yourself the minute and a half, and then some of you have to throw a wrench in and really seriously interrupt it. Okay, so last night I watched this, and I watched my little, and then I went, oh, okay, so I have a pattern now of rejoicing, so then I went, oh, I'm so glad he's there, because he didn't get to go last year, my friend. How wonderful. He loves it up there too. He has a cave nearby. And that Rinpoche's there. I'm very happy for his sister and brother because they've been waiting for him to come for years. He doesn't go that often. Anyone else who's there. I loved being up there with Rinpoche. So you see, you just start, and you have to very much, like we concentrated on the radiant drop of light outside the nostrils, you have to make effort to stay on the joyous thoughts, the rejoicing thoughts, the happy thoughts, whatever positive thought you've interjected to interrupt the negative looping. Does that make sense? So you have to make some effort to do it. But the thing is, I also like the 90-second thing, because Buddhism is not about repressing negative emotions. So you don't, and I know a lot of Buddhists would say, and I've seen this, I've run a couple residential retreat centers. So what's happened is I see new people that come and they're on staff and they're living with us. And they feel like it's not okay to get angry if you're a Buddhist. Okay, but you're a human. So what happens if you get angry? You say, I'm not a Buddhist? No, so you work with it. So I've seen these people and they'd say, your cook, he got angry today. They used to say, some new person or some guest. And I'd say, yeah, he was a little upset. And they're like, well, he's Buddhist. I'm like, yeah. So we're Buddhists, right? We're not Buddhas yet. But Buddhists are perfect. They don't get angry. Okay, they may manifest wrathfulness. I've seen lamas do that, okay? But they're not angry. They only do it for a beneficial reason, right? So we're Buddhists, so we're trying, okay? So give yourself the 90 seconds. I allow that. Wow, look at that anger in my mind. Look at the jealousy in my mind. Look at the fear in my mind. Oh my God, I'm having a full-blown anxiety attack right now. Well, you know what, it's not the nature of my mind. You can say that, it is not the nature of my mind. You can say it out loud if you want to. This is not the nature of my mind. I'm suffering right now. It's phenomenally uncomfortable. but this isn't really who I am. This is simply there because I've had a moment of this before it that caused it. And I have imprints previously that caused me to experience this, whatever delusion it is. That's why it's there. Okay? Because you practiced it. Part of our culture thinks it's perfectly okay to get angry again and again and again. So as a result, there's conditioning. Okay? There's conditioning. A lot of the world thinks it's perfectly fine to be attached. In fact, they equate it with love. We're going to talk about that Wednesday night. Okay? So you get conditioned by that. We're brainwashed by romantic comedies in Hollywood. That there is a happily ever after, and there's a Mr. or Ms. Right. It doesn't exist. So it's nice if you want to entertain yourself and you go off and see a film like that, and see it for what it is. It's no problem, it's entertaining. No problem. But the thing is, over and over, I know many little girls that grew up with that. That friends of mine raised at the time I was raised by mothers who said that there's a Mr. Right or a Ms. Right. Or a Mr. Right for a little girl who was a lesbian. Who was like, I don't want Mr. Right. What do you do? And so you start feeling worse about yourself. I don't fit into the mold. I don't fit into the conventional mold that makes everyone happy. How many people got married and did all those things and they're not happy? Right? So we have to be very skillful when these conditionings coming in to protect your mind. To protect your mind.
Pride. Self-respect.
What about that?
Yeah. The pride thing.
So I'm sorry, what's your question about pride and self-respect?
Yes. Where that's
So pride is there's a slight difference. Pride is a root delusion, okay? That's the puffed up notion of ourself that leads to arrogance and haughtiness, okay? So that's considered a root delusion. Self-respect is very different than that, okay? So I wouldn't label that kind of self-respect pride. I would maybe label self-respect as self-respect and healthy self-esteem. Healthy self-esteem. Do you see the difference? Okay, so healthy self-esteem is something we are shooting for, meaning I'm okay, I'm good enough, right? And really believing it in your bones. You can't force it, so it does take practice. A lot of people I know in our culture suffer from low self-esteem, and you tell yourself stories constantly of I'm not good enough, I don't deserve to be loved, I never do anything right. So one of the things I do ask people, and I've done some workshops on self-esteem, just self-esteem, which is related to negative emotions, but is you have to analyze. So some of the meditation we do is placing your mind on an object and keeping it there. That's called placement meditation, shine, or stabilizing meditation. And other meditation is analytical. You analyze something. We are going to do an analytical meditation today. So what happens is, if you are patterned to tell yourself those stories about yourself, okay, you have to sit down sometime in meditation, and I would do it regularly, to say, do I never really do anything right? Am I not good enough? And so what I ask people to do at the end of the day, I mentioned this already, is at the end of the day is when a lot of people do purification practices, Vajrasattva meditation. Is brilliant. And what's helpful is I ask you first to focus on what you did that was good during the day, because immediately the mind goes to what we messed up. And that's a pattern and it's a habit. So I did some experiments at Dharma centers, and when I had a staff that was living there, and what I noticed is, and this might be you as well, and I don't know if you notice that when somebody compliments you genuinely, and when your boss may tell you did a good job on something, or a coworker says they like the thing you did, or I like your shirt, or your hair looks really good today, or whatever it is, how much do you allow that to sink in? Or is it kind of like you can't make eye contact, I don't know, nothing, We don't acknowledge the goodness. And then as soon as they say, I wondered if you can, change this last paragraph. The flyer you did, I think we could improve it. Or I was a little upset, or you came in late, today, you were 5 minutes late for the thing and you missed that part. And that dominates a month of our time. Everything I did wrong. And I always find it interesting if somebody sees, I have a friend that a lot of times she'll see me and she'll say, oh, you look really tired. And I'm feeling fine. But initially it used to really affect me. And I, like, as soon as she'd say it, I'd be like, tired. I wasn't feeling tired before that. So, okay, so watch your mind. You need to acknowledge, so what I did with these staff is I went around and directly, and if you're a good supervisor, you don't compliment somebody on your way to something else. You go right to them. I love this thing that you did. This is fantastic. I just wanted to say thank you. This is exactly what I had in mind. Thanks very much. You did a great job. And then I go back to my office, right? So what happens is, and what would happen is I would say that to somebody, and I could see, as soon as I started to compliment, genuinely, she would look away, couldn't make eye contact with me. Embarrassment, okay? Negative part of your ego, embarrassment, in that case. You don't have healthy self-esteem, because you can't meet the person. You don't believe it, okay? So then what I would do, I could see her saying, yeah, okay, yeah, it worked out. And then I said, excuse me, do you hear what I'm saying? Because she wouldn't hear it really, okay? Do you hear what I'm saying? Hello? You know, I try to, and then she'd look up, and then there'd be a little smile. And I said, thank you so much. I love this. This is great, you know. It's fantastic. I didn't know you could do this. This is amazing. I wouldn't even add that. I didn't think you could do this. This is, right? But I didn't know this person had this skill. They have another job. They do something else really well. So suddenly now they're doing flyers. Great. This is another thing you can do, right? Wonderful. Would you like to keep doing this? And so just the acknowledgement, okay? And then finally she looked up and she said, okay, she heard it. So what happens is, if I criticize one thing, she took that on for a month. That I never said anything nice about her. It wasn't true. Yeah, so if somebody brought that up, I would comment and I'd say, remember that? And you know, so we don't hear the good stuff because we don't think we're good enough. Okay. So if somebody comes up and compliments, you can kind of, it's not with pride, it's like, thank you. Thank you, I'm so glad it worked out. Thanks so much, great. Like, that's a balanced kind of mind state. Like that. It's so funny. Someone asks a question and then they leave during the answer. Okay. So, etc. It's so funny. So, okay, so, but I find it really helpful with the low self-esteem because it's something a lot of us really battle through and we really need help with. So see when somebody does say something nice. The other thing is, if you are managing people, are you balancing the good comments with the negative comments? And I don't know, do any of you manage people? No one here, okay. So that's a different kind of course. But when people are telling you things, and the thing is, if somebody tells you something negative, I've gotten lots of criticism at centers or different jobs. What I do, the first thing I'll do is I self-reflect, okay? That's number one, dealing with negative mindfulness or self-awareness. So I'll reflect, do I do that? And I'd really reflect genuinely, honestly with myself. Oh yeah, I think I do do that. Yeah, that's actually a really good comment they gave me. Especially if it's delivered in a constructive, nice, compassionate manner. And a lot of times when you work with people, we've discussed how they like to get feedback. Or they might ask me, how do you like to get feedback? And I would say, well, if it's negative feedback, can you take me aside privately and deliver it in a kind of compassionate way? Okay, that works. And it's good for a boss to know that, because then they'll know how I'm going to hear it and how I'd like, rather than in the middle of an office, you jerk, you messed it up again. Okay? But when even a friend says, like, are you tired, or you're looking, or, it's like, I would think, am I tired? No, I'm actually not feeling very tired. I'm okay, that's just her perception. Or sometimes, yes, I am a little scattered today, or things. But so just acknowledging it with my eyes open, not that I'm a bad person. Right? And then taking compliments as they come. Thank you. Thank you. And then this little part of my mind that has trained itself not to get overly excited if people are, your course, it's so amazing, and I'm like, I'm really glad it's helpful for people. That makes me feel good. I mean, the reason I'm here is I really want to help people. So if it's helpful, great. Okay? So remembering the nature of the mind is clear, non-physical. It is a stream of mental events that rise and pass away. Okay? The other thing about the mental events, good or bad, is they are impermanent. They're constantly changing. Okay? So when you notice attachment coming into the mind, or fear, pride, jealousy, like that, it's like I noticed it for a while in my mind. My mind's actually a streaming thing of events and moments of mind and consciousness, and it's clear and aware. And there goes pride right now, and it's going to change. It's not always there in my mind. I try to remind the chronically depressed, can they remember before they were chronically depressed? And they can. My friend's like, yeah, when I was 18, I didn't have that, and I didn't suffer from that. So they know there was a time in the mind when it didn't exist, and that means there can be a time in the mind when it doesn't exist again. You know, same with anxiety. Anxiety comes, and the same with all the delusions. Okay? And I mentioned, so these delusions are not fixed, permanent entities. It's very helpful to remember that. They change. So, and you'll notice how the irritation can grow into bigger anger, but then it also dissolves, and it passes away. And the less I'm going to allow it to continue looping into that, you know, and so some of us need a crowbar, we need to throw a wrench in to interrupt it. And I do ask people with something called positive thought placement, positive thought transformation, or insertion. So you actively have to notice that I'm looping through attachment, I'm just totally consumed with attachment to my kid right now. And someone hurt my kid, and I want to kill them, and I want to get them, and we're going to sue, and we're going to, whatever people do with, you know, we're going to tell the teachers, or whatever happened. I want them out of that destructive relationship, and you obsess over in the mind. So this isn't healthy, but what I can do is, you constructively ask yourself, in any of the situations, what can I do about it? Is there anything you can do about it? Then do it. With gentleness, compassion, and wisdom. Then act. We have a responsibility as Bodhisattva warriors to act, if we can, to think positive thoughts, to say kind words. That's our responsibility, okay? And if there's nothing you can do about it, and sometimes there isn't, you just let it go. Just have to let it go. Okay. So in the letting go, some people have trouble letting go. So what I do is this positive thought placement, insertion, okay? My mind is, woo, it's just negative, 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 whatever's happening, okay? What thought makes you happy? And you just have to interrupt and place it in there. For one of my friends, it's puppies. See, seriously, it might be a visual. Puppies just melt her. She's all happy with puppies. So she just has this image, and she'll sometimes say, puppies! You know, she's having a total klesha meltdown, and she'll be like, puppies! But somehow it makes her laugh. And she realizes, like, I don't need to let the anger go on, this is crazy. So have your own device. You insert it. It could be a visual. Could be a field of flowers, beautiful flowers. You know, some beautiful place that you love, some mountaintop, the ocean, or interrupting. And it could be a word that comes in. You know, you might need to say the word out loud, that's fine. Have something, sometimes you just have to interrupt to not have the negative looping, okay? And then I mentioned de-identifying with the emotions. De-identifying with the emotions. So again, instead of, I'm an anxious person, I sometimes have a lot of anxiety in my mind. Okay? It gives the emotion less power over you. Gives you more control over your mind. Any questions, comments?
So within 9 seconds, does the same thought doesn't come back?
Well, basically what she was saying is that whole thought process is 90 seconds. So what happens is you're going to be in that thought for 90 seconds. And often, for me, honestly, I'll say, if I get angry, let's say, it'll run in my mind for about 90 seconds. It'll be hanging around in there. Yeah. It'll be changing it might start with irritation or annoyance, frustration. These are all minor aspects of anger, okay? And so I'll watch that, and then it can get really full-blown, But there's a whole 90-second experience of it generally running through.
So full bloom is it has passed 90 seconds.
Well, no, it would be 90 seconds, but realizing that usually at the end of 90 seconds, she's saying that initial trigger for that thought has finished the system, finished the neurological activity. What happens is out of familiarity in our mind, we allow it to go on, and often it gets bigger.
But the base is being cut.
Yeah, the actual thought has passed through, but it's, again, familiarity. So meditation, gom, I mentioned yesterday, it's a word that literally means familiarize. It doesn't mean meditate, it means familiarize. Meditation's a process of familiarizing yourself with your true nature, which is a virtuous mind state. That's your true nature. That's your Buddha nature. The reason we're not Buddhas right now is that true nature is obscured and covered over with veils of delusion, like that. So it could be anger, it could be anxiety, depression, pride, jealousy, things like that.
I have a question about whenever I practice the mindfulness, I will think about death. Is this the wrong view? Because I have maybe the wrong concept. Everything in the world is impermanent except death. Because death is sooner or later we will all have to go to death. So whenever I think of death, that will clear out my any anger or anxiety and any of my confusion. So whenever I try to be mindfulness, I will think of the death. Then whenever I think of death, then I will realize I don't have much time left. So nothing would bother me. So all the delusion will be gone, like anger or upset or worries, it will be gone. So this is the wrong practice.
I think it's very helpful to remind yourself of death and impermanence. Very helpful. You know. So technically it's not mindfulness, except you're being mindful of death. But what I do find I think it's a really big counter to delusion. So for instance, and I mentioned this maybe Friday night, that actively dying people, all those trivial little annoyances go away. You're not really, usually you drop it. You don't have time. So, meaning, you have a month left to live or 6 months left to live and you've been told, and all those little things. So I think when you remember, if I'm dying right now, would I really be that bothered by this? No. So I think it's very powerful. Thank you. It's very helpful. Okay, why don't we take a break? Take a stretch break if you need to go to the bathroom. And we are going to come back and do a meditation. I wanted to also point out, if you like, on the table, I'm leading a pilgrimage in September to Burma. So there's some cards there if you're interested, or if you know a friend who might want, you can take one for them. And there's a book I co-authored called Buddhism in a Nutshell for sale here. It benefits FPMT. And there's an 11-hour course, an audio CD in the back of the course, of my teaching the course that they asked me to teach. And then they excerpted parts from it with excerpts from Lama Yeshe and Lama Zopa Rinpoche. It's a great overview of Buddhism for the path, and it's a good gift if you have a friend that's like, they wanted to hear a little bit about Buddhism, so I just wanted to mention that. So let's take a short break. Thank you. So what I'd like to do is a meditation, analytical meditation right now, working on a delusion. Do you have a specific delusion you'd like to work on?
Anger.
Anger, okay. Alrighty. Okay. Does everyone here have issues where you have gotten angry? You get angry sometimes?
No, never.
Okay, well, everyone but Jody has to do this meditation then. So once again, find that comfortable posture. You can lightly close your eyes. Allow your mind to settle on your breath right now. And before we actually begin the actual analytical meditation to counter anger, some very simple techniques with any delusion that also really helps anger is immediately, if you can, notice the irritation and the anger. Can you bring yourself back to your breath? And then can you take a deep breath? You can take another deep breath and one additional. So after the third deep breath, often it lends space to your mind. Reminds you of the space in your mind that's always there. It is just obscured when you're angry, okay? So taking deep breaths gives you perspective. So right now we are going to focus on anger that arises in relation to another person. So can you recall an incident more recently, if possible? If it's not recent, do take yourself back to when you became very angry at one person. Very helpful often to use a real example in your life. An angry interchange with another person. Place the person in front of you right now. Just visualize as best as you can. And as much as you can remember, go back into the incident, trying to remember the various details from the very beginning until when you were very, very angry. Can you get a sense, and can you remember Number one, how your body feels in this instant. Do you notice any physiological changes in the body? Notice your mind. So, number one, general antidote, mindfulness and self-awareness. Just notice your mind right now. How is it? Let's look at general antidote number two. This is you in the meditation, visualizing yourself angry, getting angry with this person. What if you just remember the nature of your mind? Just for a moment, the mind is clear and knowing. Clearly that's not the experience you're having right now, but that is the true nature of your mind. Reflect on that for a moment. The anger coming through my mind, it's not innate with my mind, it is simply like clouds obscuring my view from the clear blue sky. Just reflect on that. With the curiosity of a cat, the mind is very interesting. So can you notice the moment before you got angry? How interesting, there was a moment before of a little bit more clarity, space, and then it changed. So it's possible it can change again into something more spacious. And how interesting that this delusion just happens to be moving through my mind right now. Just observe it like that. Look across now at the person. that you're in this angry exchange with, angry interaction. What do you think their intention is? What's your intention in this interaction, in this conversation or time with this person? And through the anger, are you able to accomplish your purpose? So let's look across at the person again, the other person. How much do you know about their lives? What's actually going on in their life right now? How much do you know about that? How much do you know about their mind? Do you have some understanding of what causes them to either harm you or your family, interfere with your agenda, fight with you? Do you think they want to be in this situation? So looking into their eyes, consider for a moment, just as I want to be happy and don't want to suffer, you want to be happy and don't want to suffer. Consider that in relation to this person, that now you have something in common with them. And while they may have a different way of going about attaining happiness and not suffering, fundamentally, you both want to be happy and don't want to suffer. We get distracted easily. So sometimes you say it over in your mind. I want to be happy and I don't want to suffer. Just like you. You want to be happy and you don't want to suffer. Just like me. We want the same thing. This person you're angry with, just like you, they have Buddha nature. They have Buddha nature, a seed, a potential that can awaken into a fully enlightened being, just like you. Now you have a second thing in common with them. Take a moment, look at them, and consider this. Can you superimpose the face of someone you love on top of this person? What if it's a dear friend or a beloved family member that you're disagreeing with and you have arguments? What if this is them? How would you feel now? What if I was dying right now? How would you feel? I am here negatively judging this person in a way that fuels the anger. I may label that they have various delusions. They're being unreasonable, stupid, ignorant, whatever you want to call it. But don't I suffer from the same things at times? So consider for a moment, how do I really know what's going on? How do I know that I'm right? How is my view so much clearer than theirs? So look across at this person on another level. This person is showing me my mind right now. They're showing me where I need to work. With friends, it's easy. With people that don't inspire anger in me, we sail through. Sometimes not applying our practice that much. But with the enemy, with the person I fight with this incident that causes anger to arise in my mind, I get to see my mind and where I need to do the work. Therefore, this person, if you can reflect like this, they are a precious jewel. In fact, I need them to practice patience. I need people like this in my life so I can practice patience. How do you feel about them now? So we get another go at this. So now you're going to create a new pattern. So like for instance, if we go cross-country skiing, sometimes you're kind of backcountry skiing and you break trail, you make a new trail. There's a deeply entrenched path already, and that's delusion. That's what we're used to, what we're familiar with. So when you break new trail, it's harder, it takes more effort, especially the first time you do it. And then eventually you start to make a new trail that's smooth and easy and automatic. So you're going to have the conversation again, the interaction, and you have to proceed in a new way. So they say the same things, and you're going to counter with different things that you say, different behavior. You're going to practice that new behavior. Take a couple of minutes and go through the passage again in a new way. And just notice any experiences now in your body and mind. We all make mistakes. We say the wrong thing, do the wrong thing, think the wrong thing. Can you accept that about this person? That maybe they're doing their best? Until we're Buddhas, our best is always limited. So sometimes in the meditation, it's struggling, it's difficult. So sometimes the new pattern, you can play over it again if you have time. You rehearse it again. Saying something in a more gentle way, having a little bit more consideration about them, folding each layer into the practice. Please relax and slowly open your eyes. Any comments? Questions?
Sometimes in meditation we don't know meditation you are falling asleep. How do you notice you are not falling asleep?
Yes, it's quite common for people to doze off. They say one antidote if you're doing kind of a lot of meditation is focus on precious human rebirth. Sometimes you can get up and stretch, splash your face with cold water. Sometimes you're just drowsy. Find times of the day when you're more awake and you start to get to know yourself in meditation. And sometimes we're just really tired. So do try to interrupt so that you can wake up, but sometimes we fall asleep. I do recommend, unless you have severe back issues, some people have to meditate lying down, but most people go to sleep when they lie down. But if you can't sit up, then you have to lie down and do. Mm-hmm. Did it? Yes, Melissa?
Through this, there's almost like, and it reminded me of like prayer too. But there's, and I always feel this with people, but just to send that energy to them.
Mm-hmm.
There's, I think it helps both.
Positive energy to them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Through thought.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you don't know if they feel it or not, but
Right.
possibly.
Right. I think it's very powerful, and we could go on. I didn't want to do too long, but you can go on where you can do loving kindness, metta meditation with them, and you can send wishes either verbally or just mentally. May you be happy, may you be free from suffering, things like that. And so I think it's very powerful. Positive thoughts, I think, really go out there. When people, they've done studies, people in surgery,
Mm-hmm.
so they've done these scientific studies. Those that are prayed for seem to have a better recovery than those that are not. So there must be some energy that goes out. I really believe in that power of positive thinking, as they call it. Seems to have an effect, positive effect. Did you find from the beginning to the end, did you have any different feeling about the person and the incident? Was the anger subdued or not so much? Anybody?
Yes.
Yes.
It was subdued a bit?
Yeah.
Anybody not have that experience? Still holding on, still quite angry?
No, at the moment it's gone, but later come back again.
Mm-hmm. That's right. That's right. It does come back again and again because we've got habit in there. So that's why we have to keep, you don't do the meditation once. But let's say anger is the thing you're working on really severely, and I've done this myself, you know. So you're constantly, like, you know, and what you find is a week might go by and you're sailing along and everything's great, and then somebody comes in, boom, and there goes. So then again, it's like another week, I've got to, and you just continually work on it. So each delusion you have, the main ones, you're continually working on it. Again, the mind doesn't change like painting a room, it just takes time. So you do have to work on it, but it's perfectly possible to start to decrease the delusion. But it does take the effort, so. And there's many other things you can add, you know, but really considering, how much do we consider the other person? Never. This is my agenda. You're not doing what I want you to do. How dare you, right?
That's what I became really aware of. It's about them not responding the way I thought they should.
Yes, right? The way that we need them to, you know, and the thing is, do we always respond the way other people want us to? Not really, not always. So a lot of that is that acknowledgement. Like, can we meet somewhere in the middle? You know, you've got your view. Now, some anger is really bigger than that. It's huge. And some of it's smaller. Some of it's little minor irritations. But to harmonize the planet, there's compromise. You know, so now they might not be willing to do that. They're not a Buddhist, let's say. Okay? So again, it's my mind. From my mind, I'm trying to deflect. I've seen Rinpoche with people that I think once it was even like the king of Nepal, a long time ago. He met the king of Nepal, and the king of Nepal at that time wasn't doing some very beneficial things, and I think there was even something where he was interfering with one of the monasteries there, and Rinpoche met him and just offered the victory, you know, just didn't really, you know, sometimes it subdues that energy, because for Rinpoche's mind, he wasn't angry. He saw this suffering sentient being, so sometimes it's not like we're making them a victim, like, oh, you need my help, you're inferior. It's not like that. But there are, and this is more lojong, mind training things, offering the victory to others, but it diffuses. And the thing is, initially we can offer a victory to someone and we disagree, but then I work in my mind about, you know, sometimes somebody gave in to me and I was really, you know, thank you, I was really happy. But so sometimes it's like, okay, this isn't really that important. You can have this one, you know, and I really sincerely offer it. Yeah. I wouldn't say that to somebody, but I just relent, like, okay, it's okay, I don't really need to fight about this, I'm not really interested in. And then sometimes there is things that are worth fighting for. It's just how you do it. And do we do it with a big minded consideration of the other person? And then we have to be careful, because sometimes we think we know what's best for them. You know, that my view is best. So that's why I really like to consider what their scene is, and that they suffer from delusion just like me. So I'm really not that clear that this is best. Like, how is it that I'm so right when I suffer from the same illness they suffer from, right?
Is that attitude part of what is meant by pride?
It's part of pride, I think, that I know better. Sure, that's an aspect of pride. Yeah. And it's also confusion, ignorance. Like, I think I know what's best, but I'm just as clouded as, so I think it's a mixture of that. And maybe attachment also to my view. It could be many things like that, but pride certainly. You know. And delusion, you know, there's a mental illness called delusional disorder, actually. It's related to schizophrenia, but it's not schizophrenia. Delusional disorder. Usually the delusions are things that actually happen and people see. And my brother-in-law died of delusional disorder. And when he was diagnosed, I remember I was at Vajrasattva Institute at the time, the center in California, and the staff knew he had been ill for a while, and we didn't know what was wrong for a while. And then I said, well, they've diagnosed delusional disorder. And then I thought about it, and I said to them, I guess we all have that, right? He just obviously had it to a very severe degree, unfortunately. So, anyway, I hope that was helpful. Did it help you with Help a little bit?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for me to crack because there's a lot of that righteousness in there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's helpful to identify that level of arrogance, the righteousness, arrogance. If some people get into that, and I've seen a lot of people get really whipped by anger with that one. Like arrogance and haughtiness and righteousness, the pride, it's got this tail that then comes around and smacks you in the face with it. Like at first it's like, we're off here on the running. And so I think it's super to recognize that. So we also have to pat ourselves on the back that we recognize what's coming up in the mind too, that we recognize we've got these qualities that are less than generous, but it's okay. I'm looking at it. Yeah. So give yourself credit, please, because we often don't. We're working, and it's hard, and I'm angry again, and I feel self-righteous, but you're working on it. So please rejoice that this is what you're doing. It's very significant to allow yourself to rejoice at that. We don't enough. Not bad. Yeah, so righteousness, like I continue to look at why is it that I think that I know more than this person? Why do I think I'm better than this person? One good practice for this is the beginning of the 2 methods to develop bodhicitta. Okay? There's 2 methods, traditional methods to develop bodhicitta. One is called the 6-point cause and effect method, and one is called equalizing and exchanging oneself with others. And this isn't really a course on bodhicitta, but the thing is, both of those methods are based on something called equanimity. Equanimity. I think this is very powerful in looking at countering negative emotions. Equanimity. So equanimity is equal regard, equal respect for all beings. And a lot of us don't have that. We tend to divide and conquer, is the way we are kind of taught to approach the world. It conditioned, okay? So what that means for me is we love to compartmentalize people. Because then I kind of know where I am. If I put everybody in boxes, everything's contained and I can control more. When you really look at a lot of delusions, and unfortunately this woman left, but she was talking about fear. So if you look at any idea what's under fear, what creates you to be, we were talking about fear last night. Like what do you think is under fear for you? When you get afraid of something?
Unknown.
Unknown. And what about the unknown? What's it cause you? What kind of... So,
Fly.
what's that?
Fly. Travel, you have to fly.
You have to fly?
Yeah, fly is causing fear because so many accidents.
Because there's accidents. Okay, there happens to be more accidents with cars. Many, many more than in planes.
Except
And we
for
get
the
in a
last
car...
few months.
I'm sorry?
Except for the last few months.
Yeah, except for Malaysia Airlines, okay? You know, they must have had a big drop in, I don't want to get on a Malaysian Airlines plane, honestly. I fly a lot, and there was one flight, and I was like, oh, Malaysian Airlines is the cheapest. And I was like, I don't think I'm going to, just some karma happening there, right? Some karma with those planes. But actually what's interesting is there's many more people die in car accidents. And we get in a car, we never think about it. No problem getting in a car. So what about the plane? What's the issue with the plane? This is the word I'm trying to get at.
Maybe play it's not under your control.
It's not under your control, right? Okay, the C word. You don't have control of the unknown. You can't control it. What can you control in this world? There's one thing you can control. Your mind. That's it. That's it. You can't control other people, you can't control your kids, you can't control coworkers. You can direct people who might work for you, or people direct you. You can't control anything but your mind. That's it. So you don't need to bloody your head against the wall anymore trying to control these other things. You can't. You can't. So we put people in boxes thinking, now it's all going to be okay. I've seen people, and I travel a lot around the world, and the thing I love about India is Indians love America. They love Americans. Not that they've all been here, but they love us. And we have a very good relationship government-wise. So we can get these lovely 10-year multiple entry visas. And my British brothers and sisters, because they had navigated their way through India for years, they have limited visas, and they're very, very expensive. That's what India's done with England, as a little, take that. But they love us. And I love when I go to India and they say, "What country, madam?" And I say, "America or the United States." And they, and a big smile on their face. And you say that to Europeans, there's like, oh, right? So they put me in a box as an American, they don't like me. They don't know anything about me. And I've seen this when I teach classes in India, where you get an international group, and then I say I'm from the United States, and they have an opinion about me, and they don't know the first thing about me. They haven't even said a word to me. Right? So we like to categorize people, and what we do is we prejudge, and then I'm safe. And I got you over here, and I got you here, and now I'm safe. Okay, so these people I like show up, and everything's great. And then these people show up, and the cloud is on the horizon, I'm not happy. If you're equanimous with all beings, I've seen Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and whether it's a growling dog, or the street person in San Francisco that he's giving money to, or one of his gurus, he's the same. Same kind of, he might behave slightly differently, but it's the same mind. Each person, a living being to help, right? I mentioned the restaurant manager in the Indian restaurant we went to, and Rinpoche had this delight, the same way he'd look at a disciple, the same way he'd look at his mother, the same way one of his gurus, so the mind is spacious and open. Now granted, because we're limited, we have to take care sometimes and protect ourselves. So if there's some dangerous situation, we're going to be a little bit wary. Well, that's common sense, that's practical. Okay, use your wisdom, but can you use your wisdom and have the heart remain as open as possible and spacious? It's not always the easiest, but constantly. And so a lot of these things around, there's a brilliant equanimity meditation. It's a 9-point equanimity meditation. It's in a small Lamrim book, one of my favorite, called Path to Bliss, by His Holiness the Dalai Lama. It's a commentary on one of the Lamrims, Path to Bliss. It's a beautiful book. I highly recommend reading it anyway, it's just great. And I think around page 160, there's a 2 to 3 page, 9-point equanimity meditation from His Holiness Trijang Rinpoche, who in his last life was the junior tutor to His Holiness the Dalai Lama. His Holiness Trijang Rinpoche, who's alive now, who was around 30 years old, and he used to live an hour and a half from Milarepa Center in Vermont. I think he's moved, but I visited him there once. And he's beautiful. He's not a monk anymore, but he's a beautiful being. And so equanimity, and what it talks about is some of the things I use in the angers, just as I want to be happy and don't want to suffer. And isn't it interesting that just as I want to be happy and don't want to suffer, suffering, we're still experiencing suffering, you and I. And happiness continues to evade us sometimes. Both of us, together, we have the same thing. We both have Buddha nature. I suffer from the same delusions you suffer from. I can say, well, yours seem bigger than mine, but they're really not. They're really, who knows? Do you know the mind of the person? No, unless we're clairvoyant, we don't know their minds. We don't know what motivates them to do that. And so you can go through these meditations and you get to the point on one level where that enemy is very precious. I don't know how you felt about that in the meditation. It's hard. It's hard. But the thing is, and there's famous stories of, was it Lama Atisha, I think, who had an attendant that everybody hated? And I know Geshe Sopa, who passed away last August in Wisconsin. He's a contemporary Lama. He's one of my gurus, one of Lama Zopa Rinpoche's gurus. Amazing being. He had a very difficult attendant, a guy that lived there for years, and people were like, get rid of him. And Geshe was like, he's great. We get to practice patience. That's what Lama Atisha said. How else will I be able to practice patience if he's not here in my life? Can you welcome the enemy like that? Okay. It takes practice, but you can at some point. There's some people that slowly through passage, I'm not any great practitioner, okay, but I know that this person, I've got some karma with this person, negative karma, like, woo, every time they're around I suffer. But now I see them and I'm kind of like, okay, buckle my seatbelt. Okay, I'm going to do some work right now. They've showed up. They've shown up at this thing, and I'm going to get to practice here. Cool. going to get to see something about my mind and see, and sometimes it's passages that I'm doing some work with them over years, and you don't need them in your picture to do the work, you can just bring them up in your mind, and the same feelings arise, right? So what I like to do is when I see these people in person, I check now, how's it going in my mind? Am I still kind of averted from them or having problems? Sometimes it's gone away. Sometimes we become friends. It's possible. It's amazing. And we say it's a miracle. No, it's just you've diffused a cause in your mind that created enemy out there. It's so exciting. You can do that. You can change that. Then there's also some what do I want to say, kind of practical exercises you can do. And one thing I did is I worked in a magazine in San Francisco, 30 people in the office. It was a terrible design of an office. It had open air, no private offices. A few of them were private, I think, so a very distracting environment, very bad feng shui in the place. So there was a guy that worked there, and I was new, and I determined after 2 weeks, like nobody liked him, and he was very difficult, and he was grumpy, and I had to do a project with him, and I had heard people say negative things about him. So I was a new Buddhist at the time, and I was trying, going to some classes and trying to do these exercises, and I was part of the management team, and then we were in meetings, and people would be fighting for their budgets. And there were a couple guys that had very strong personalities, and they were actually big and imposing, and I could see a lot of people were intimidated by these people. So just in the meeting alone, these meetings we would have, I would just sit quietly, and when I would get tweaked by somebody on something they said, I would just, in my mind, think, just as I want to be happy and don't want to suffer, you want to be happy and don't want to suffer. Just as I want to be happy and don't want to suffer, he wants to be happy and doesn't. I try to just do these little silent things. And it kind of would help diffuse, like, okay, so we want the same thing. I have some things in my budget I'm going to fight about. But then there was this difficult guy who wasn't part of the management team. I do this project. So then I heard that as a Bodhisattva path, again, I mentioned Bodhisattva warriors, that's us, okay? So I heard some things of there's different Bodhisattvas that manifest. So for instance, one of them is a Bodhisattva who watches your eyes when you walk in a room. Meaning, what they do, Rinpoche had an attendant like this when I used to visit in California, when we were in California. He used to live there. This attendant, when I would walk in the room, he would watch where my eyes would go. Rinpoche always had lots of candies around and cakes and things people would bring him, right? Reminded me of my grandmother. So my eyes would go to some delectable something sitting on one of the altars with intense grasping at the thing. Chocolate, I want that. Look at that. Intense grasping. The attendant, I wouldn't say anything, I'd just walk in. The attendant would watch my eyes go over there, right? And then immediately I'd sit down and he'd bring something over he'd say, oh, would you like some? Yeah, like this. So you can be that kind of person, okay? So then I took this into the place I worked, and I heard that some bodhisattvas, for instance, as an exercise, you can learn how your office mates, what did they drink during the day, and is it tea or coffee, and how did they take it? So this was a little exercise I decided to do, to find out how my 29 co-workers, what they drank during the day, and could I do little exercises, maybe one day bring them something. So now I'm with the guy, I get stuck with this guy that's difficult, and I thought, oh, well, this is the perfect thing. I'm going to learn what he drinks. I'm going to try to one day. Okay, I found out he drank coffee with milk, no sugar. Okay? But he was so rude and antagonistic, it took me 2 weeks to work up the nerve to try to genuinely, casually get him a cup of coffee. I was so intimidated, okay? So I had to go by his office to go to the coffee machine. At the time, I drank a lot of coffee. So one day, and every day I'd plan, I'm like, today I'm going to do it today. And then I would be like, no, I can't. One day I went by and I just wanted to make it very casual. There was something I had to drop off in his office, and I went through and I went in and I said, excuse me. And he was like, what? And I went in and I said, I had my coffee cup. I planned the whole thing out. It was very premeditated. I had to really get up the nerve. I had my coffee mug and I said, and I looked and his cup was near empty and I said, I'm going to the coffee machine. Would you would you like me to get you a cup of coffee? And then I said, cream, no sugar, right? Well, that disarmed him, number one, that somebody noticed. How would anybody notice, right? So he looked at me, first like, what do you want? Get out of my office. And I said, very casual, very low-key, no cream, no sugar. Very genuinely wanting to do this for him out of kindness. And he went, oh, okay. And he gave me the empty cup. I said, okay, great. So I went and I made him a really nice cup of coffee. You have to make a nice cup, right? And you don't just like, here, jerk. I really wanted to, so I made this very nice cup of coffee, made no big deal, came by his office. Here you go, enjoy. Just walked out. That was it. We were friends after that. No one had ever done anything kind for him in the office, because he repelled people. He alienated everyone from him. He didn't like the situation he was in. He didn't know how to get out of it. He was embarrassed to kind of own up to the negativity in his mind. He would never be able to apologize from that space. Very tight space he lived in. When you don't want to apologize? This really tight thing. So finally an act of kindness sails through and kind of breaks up his solidity, the negative solidity that he's got going. And suddenly he sees an opportunity to kind of break open. And we're doing this project and we just had no problem at all. And people in the office were coming up to me and saying, like, what are you doing? How did you work with him? He loves you. What? And I just said, I got him a cup of coffee. So it can be something that simple, where your enemy, it has to be genuine, right? Can you say, you come in one day, love your shoes. Those are great. Where did you get those? Because it's just an act of kindness that a lot of these people stuck in their things are not getting from the outside world. And they're not willing to kind of lower any defenses. This is the way they've been operating for years. So Bodhisattva warriors are brave. We're warriors. We're brave, and we're going to go in there, into the darkness, and try to insert some light in there, and breaks it up. It's possible. It takes courage. Bodhisattva warriors are courageous, like that. You also have to not have any expectation. I didn't have any expectation that he was going to change, that it was going to work. I thought the next day I come in, he's all like, meh.
So is that sincere though?
For me it was sincere,
Yeah.
because I really did feel I did really want to bring him a cup of coffee. It was an exercise. It was an experiment for me. But I really made a genuine nice cup and got, it wasn't so much that I liked him doing it. I didn't have to like him, but I really just said, would you like this? And then you wanted it? Great, and I'm going to really give you a nice cup of coffee. It was just that simple, that's all. So I would say it was kind of genuine. I wanted to do it, but it was also an experiment.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if you have to work with a brute or a bully or something, aren't we going to try to make it as pleasant as possible? So sometimes we're going to try to... Now there are some people you do that for and they don't respond. So then there's nothing more I can do. So then I just have to figure out how to not be so subjected to their negativity. And occasionally, I mentioned this yesterday, depending on the situation, sometimes you need to say something, but out of wisdom and compassion. Okay? So I worked, when I worked for the center, and this is something I was thinking with you guys, we were talking, we've been talking about priorities and decisions, and how so many times we choose suffering, but the practice is always there. Okay? And one of my friends, actually the friend who's up at Lauda right now, he's such a great meditator and he's a great guy. And he, one time we were at one of these retreats, maybe Light of the Path, and we were sitting in the back at one point, and usually I'm up front with the nuns, but somehow we were looking around at everybody, and he leaned over to me and he said, looked around the room and he said, how many of these people do you think really want to be free? Right? Right, when you think about it, okay, when I think about my lamas, oh my gosh, thank you to them, they're so precious, and how they keep showing up again for me with all my stupid delusions and questions and, and I'm not really going to do the practice even though they told me 50 times, okay? But how they basically, we were talking about, they have been to the treasure. They found the treasure. And what they did is they've made a map for us. It is the shortest path to the treasure. And every time we show up at one of their teachings, they're telling us where to walk, how to do it. And we're going, I know you want me to go under the tree and then over that cliff and over that hill and all that, but there's this really lovely pond over here that I want to go to. And they're like, okay, you can go there. It's going to take you like 3 countless eons longer. It's your choice. Freedom's here. You somehow want to go there. I know it's attractive, but the freedom is over here. Every time they tell us. Every time. So you have to kind of relate to your practice individually if it's your own personal decision. How much do you want to be free? So we have a semblance of, like you said, stability. I've got my house and my mortgage and my different things, and there is a level of control we assert over that, and we feel it's okay and it's good, but then people can be slaves to their house. They've got a lot of technology and bills and dish TV and the mortgage and the lawn service and whatever it is, all these things that forces them to then have to work more to pay for all these things. And so we're kind of slaves to those kind of things. Some of them are fine, there's no good or bad about them, but there are ways we could simplify our lives. You'd have a lot more freedom. So there was a decision I made to start to live and work at Dharma centers. And I'm not saying that's for everyone. It's not. I had a career. I had a successful career. But somehow I came back from Asia at one point and I wanted to try that. And these people at these 2 centers said, can you come, we'll give you... It was a simple room. It was very hard in the beginning. I didn't have a lot of money. I had to give away some stuff because I didn't have a lot of room to live in. And then finally I was living at the center in San Francisco. For 3 years I lived there with one nun. It was her house, private home. She was a mechanical engineer. She worked off-site and she paid for the center. And I was a lay person and I lived there. So I worked 2 weeks, on an average 2 weeks a month at law firms in downtown San Francisco as a temp. Okay. Now temps can be kind of at the bottom, but I had a very, very good scene and they were very nice and they paid me a lot of money. I subcontracted to these temp agencies. Went to this one temp agency. The agency placed me, and usually they place me in a couple places on my own, but I went to this one agency because it was a lull in the work, which usually happened around February, March. Somehow there was just a lull in temp work. So I went back to the agency and said to the subcontract things, and they placed me in a law firm, and she said to me in the beginning, this was like, Friday night, the night before the Monday. I was going to work 1 week. We have a week assignment for you. Okay. So, we've been told this place can be a little challenging. That's what the temp agency said to me. Okay. For 1 week, come on. How bad can it be? I go to the temp agency. I work for this lawyer, female lawyer named Karen. She's a monster. I've never worked for somebody this miserable. Monster. And I've worked for all kinds of people. I've never worked for someone like this. So I'm all morning typing away. She's rude. She is unrealistic expectations of when she wants the work done. I'm a very fast typist, okay? And I'm good at temp agent. I know I'm good. People always wanted me back. I did a pretty good job. I'm very conscientious. And I'm on time, and I'll stay later if I have to. And she's throwing contracts at me and all this, and I'm doing as best as I can do. And we get through the first day. Second day, did you finish that yet? And did you do this? And I find out from the mailroom that she hasn't been able to keep any temps there. They're there a day or two. I'm on day 2 now. Okay, we'll see how it goes. I committed for a week. I'm going to honor my commitment. So day 2, and in the afternoon, she's just so rude and insensitive, and and finally I turned to her, and at the end of day 2, maybe it was the morning of day 3, I think it was, because I thought I'll give her 2 days. We'll see. Morning of day 3, I think it's 11 in the morning. She's just so unreasonable, and I finally turned to her and I said, Karen, I'm doing the best I can do. I said, I'm usually a pretty fast typist. I've been trying to deliver these things in the best way. I think that they're relatively accurate, but please let me know if they're not. However, I can't go any faster, and I really would appreciate some respect from you. I'm a human being. I think I've been very respectful to you. I would appreciate some respect. And honestly, if it's not working out for you, that's okay. You're welcome to call the temp agency and have somebody else come in this afternoon. That's totally okay with me. I'm not going to be angry at you or upset. It's your decision. That's it. I had every good intention. I wasn't really angry at her. I just felt like she needed to behave with some respect. It was completely awful for her, number one, to treat people this way, right? And the thing is, I have too much self-respect to be abused, to be verbally abused like that. I don't deserve that, right? So I just decided on the third morning I needed to say something. And I said it in a very pleasant way. I didn't rudely attack her, and you're a jerk, and but I just felt, and she totally was speechless. Because I delivered it in a nice way. That was it. She treated me very differently after that. Very differently, wanted me, no, I want you to stay. Okay, fair enough, no problem. I stayed through the week, and told the temp agency I would never to assign me there again. The whole place was so dysfunctional. It was very sad, very, very sad. The mail room, some nice folks in there, because that's where I go and make copies, and you talk to people. I never heard such negativity and complaining, very sad. But the thing is, there's many people that settle for jobs like this because they don't have self-respect. There's many jobs at that time in San Francisco. This was not during the economic downturn. This was many years ago. Right? So can't you have some self-respect that you deserve some basic respect? Okay, people don't put you on pedestals, but just basic, conscientious colleague respect. And so I said to them, there's other places out there you don't need to work in this environment. I said, I work in a lot of law firms. This is a really unhealthy environment. But some people, they're around all these toxic environments and they don't really know anything different. So they accept it, it's okay. They weren't paid any more money than anybody else in these other law firms. And then I felt bad because sometimes you need a little humor, but it was such an intense week. It was so toxic, but I'm like, see the week out. Friday afternoon I called the temp agency, because she said, they called me, they said, they want you back. Well, of course they did, right? So I was a Buddhist, for God's sake, trying to practice with this negative energy, trying to transform it. So I said, no, I'm sorry. I said, do you have something? I said, never again this firm. And she goes, I know, I'm sorry. I said, next time tell me how bad it is. I said, this is really a sick place. And I'm outside Friday afternoon. I'm standing, waiting for the elevator to come, and the receptionist is there, and I'm standing in the hallway waiting. And the receptionist says, oh, Amy, have a great weekend. And are we going to see you on Monday? And then the elevator doors open, and I just turned, and I felt so bad that I said, no, I'm never coming back here. And then I stepped in the elevator, and the door shut, and that was it. It was so painful. It was really like, woo, what we sacrificed for the Dharma. What we sacrificed for the Dharma. So it was great because I could be available when teachers came. I could take off when I wanted, and lived for 3 years in helping the San Francisco Center get going, and it was great. And we had a nice relationship. My dear friend was the director, and we're still very close, and she's out in that area still. So, and then there was a funny thing with another law firm, and then we're going to break for lunch, where I had worked for these law firms where they contracted with me directly, which paid me more money. And they were wonderful, wonderful people, and very spacious. And so I worked sometimes for these two lawyers. They shared me, and they were great guys. And so what happened is I got very busy with the center, and I was planning lamas tours while I was at the law firms, and I was very upfront with them. And so they were asking me to do things, and then one time I was folding the newsletter and putting the stickers on and mailing it as part of when I didn't have enough work. So I said to one of the lawyers came in, and one day I said to him, I was very clear about my intention, and I did a good job apparently, and I said to him, listen, I'm really busy today. So if you need me to do something quickly, I said, I've got all these newsletters I'm sending out for the center, so if you need me to do your work, just interrupt whatever I'm doing, and just tell me that you need this done. And at first he looked at me like, aren't I supposed to be telling you that? So they were very kind and very supportive of what I was doing, and they enjoyed that, I was helping this Buddhist center, and sometimes you do stuff like that if you feel like you want to devote your time and really help a center get going. And even though it was very tricky those 3 years, and then I ended up living residentially at another center at Vajrasattva when I moved there. Rinpoche asked me to go there. And so there's sacrifices I've made, some of it phenomenally difficult, okay, but samsara is difficult. Whether you choose not to be at the center, but the thing is, it was incredibly worthwhile and transformative for my mind. The second thing, actually both of those positions I did was under the advice of my teachers, so I had all the blessings of the teachers. And it was incredibly transformative for my mind. I don't think I would have accelerated as quickly. And then as a result of that, when you were talking about, wow, you had all these teachers, and it was because of that, because of listening to their advice that put me in that situation. So I was around all these great beings from an early time in my Dharma career based on those choices. They were difficult choices. At times it was hard because the conventional part of my life, my family, my non-Dharmic friends were kind of saying, what are you doing? You know? But I stayed close and I knew that the lamas, the truth was there. The light was so bright. I'm like, I just kept heading towards the light and saying, I know this is the right thing. I know in here, this is the right thing. I knew when I went to bed at night, that felt great. That felt great. I used the time meaningfully, but it doesn't mean it's not without difficulties, but conventional life poses difficulties as well. Like that. So that was just some of the ways I had kind of turned that corner, and then I never looked back. And I've always been really happy with the decision I made like that. So we're going to take a break for lunch. And what I'd like to do is, I'd just like to dedicate any positive energy we've created from this morning to helping us be able to continue to counter negative emotions. We're going to work on specifics when we come back, specifics to anger, fear, worry, anxiety, depression, attachment, like that. And may it help us progress along a path to full awakening so we can be of the most benefit to all others. And the other thing I'd like to do right now is, can we just grab the gold prayer books for a second? We're going to do a food offering for lunch. So what we like to do, instead of diving into our lunch and eating it, is offer it first. And then it makes kind of the yoga of eating a little bit more virtuous, like that. And it's also nice to think about all the beings on the planet who are starving and hungry. And if you can have a little reflection right now on just imagining whatever you decide to offer for lunch, whatever you decide to eat, you can imagine it multiplying, filling all of space of the finest qualities. We're on page 207. And imagine that you're offering this food and nourishment to them. You can also imagine that this food is transformed into whatever alleviates their suffering, bringing them to ultimate happiness. You can imagine that the food is empty in nature. Doesn't it all exist the way it appears? And we offer that to all the holy beings around us, and it brings great bliss to their holy minds. And we're going to bless the food with Om, Ah, Hung, the 3 syllables from the forehead, white light from Om, the forehead of the holy beings, from their throat and a red Ah and red light rays, from the heart of blue Hung and blue light rays, emanating from them, coming into the food we eat. And you can think about this just before you're going to eat. Om Ah Hum, Om Ah Hum, Om Ah Hum. Excuse me. Lama Sangye Lama Jye Lama Gedunte Gongi Jebo Lama Te Lama Namla May our lunch nourish us so we may nourish all others. Thank you very much. We're going to start maybe just a little after 2 o'clock, 2:05, something like that. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
So we did a meditation on anger, transforming anger. I want to talk a little bit more about specific ways in addition to deal with anger. One thing I would also recommend is a wonderful book by It's a commentary by His Holiness the Dalai Lama. It's called Healing Anger, and it's a commentary on chapter 6 of the Bodhicharyavatara, sometimes called the Bodhisattva Charyavatara, the way of the Bodhisattva, also known as the Bodhisattva's way of life. It's a brilliant text by Master Shantideva. And I don't know how many of you are familiar with Master Shantideva, and if you ever get a chance to go to India, you can go to Nalanda Monastery, the ruins of Nalanda. And this is a place that existed, I always get the dates wrong, but I'm going to say maybe the 9th to the 13th century. And this is where most of our masters came from. So you can kind of, when you sit there among the ruins and you can read some, usually when I take people on pilgrimage there, we read some of the texts by these different beings, and you can kind of a little bit envision them walking around and really think about what it would be like to be at one of these big monastic universities. Now they do have large Tibetan monasteries reestablished in South India and other places, like Sera and Ganden and Drepung in our tradition, and many in other traditions. And they are like Harvard and Yale, and they're small cities full of monks, and the nuns have smaller places. The nunnery is sometimes a bit smaller and like that. So they're wonderful education institutions. One of the difficulties they're finding right now, and I think this is kind of pervasive in the world in general, is the education is not necessarily modern, what they're teaching them at the monasteries. It's very traditional, but it spans an incredible working with the mind to train you over the course of, say, 20, 25 years to become a geshe. Geshe is a PhD equivalent, okay? Like your Lama Khenser Rinpoche. Khenser means ex-abbot, past abbot. So there's many Khenser Rinpoches. So sometimes people say, oh, do you know Khenser Rinpoche? And I'm like, which one? You know, this Khenpo is the current abbot. Okay, and then, so this particular Lama, Khenser Rinpoche, his name is Geshe Lobsang Jampa. Geshe Lobsang Jampa. He's a PhD, I think with high honors, and he's a very special being. Some Geshes are very highly realized, some are not. Some are great scholars, some are not, like that. And so once you get the Rinpoche, once you get the title Khenpo or Ken Rinpoche, they add the Rinpoche on. So there are some of these beings that technically weren't high incarnate, recognized lamas, which then you get the title Rinpoche, precious, or precious one. But some of them qualify like that, like they're quite high beings. I think Khenser Rinpoche is quite a master, a wonderful being. And one thing I just heard from Jody and Mike, so he might be relocating to California. Is that true? So one of the things we might want to think about with our practices in general, I'm just kind of adding some things in, is Jody and Mike were saying, as I'm sure many of you feel, like, oh, it's such a shame that, you may be able to fly him in once a year to teach here, but he may not be as accessible. And there's places I've been in the world where very few lamas visit, and there's been other places I've lived where lamas are coming constantly, some of them staying for a month at a time. So a lot of it is about what causes and conditions you create. And a big way is to do our practice. If there's centers that have a lot of people coming, if there's harmonious areas, the students are harmonious and following the instructions they've been given by the directing teachers, the guiding lama, those kind of things can create a situation where you have teachers, and then there's other situations where the teachers move away and things. So it's not a necessarily personal problem for you. It's nice to think as a group. We used to do that at our centers. What are we kind of practices not really doing? What practices could we do a bit more? What else can we work on that way? And creating the cause and inviting them, requesting them to come. The only reason we teach is because people requested like that. So it's something you can think about as a center like that. So the story with Master Shantideva is that he was at Nalanda, and he was called, I can't remember the specifics, but they called him the Master of Three, and because they said that he was a master of eating, sleeping, and going to the bathroom. That's all the monks noticed about him. They never saw him study or do anything else other than eating, sleeping, and going to the bathroom. So they made jokes and they criticized him a lot. And then they made a joke and they requested him and they said, we're going to request him to do a teaching and we're going to play a joke on him. And, because he's just a do no good for nothing, they say. So they invited him to teach and he accepted the request. And the day of the teaching, they built a throne that was very, very high, and it was impossible, and they put no steps on it, so it was impossible to him to get onto the throne. So they thought this was a big joke, and this was really funny, and we'll really see what he knows. He doesn't know anything anyway, so we'll show him. He doesn't belong here, basically. So the monks assembled, thousands of monks, ready for this teaching. He walked in to the area. Sometimes there are big open courtyards outside. He walked in, and they saw him walk in, and the next thing they saw is he was on the throne. They don't know how he got there, but then he manifested on the throne. So that got their attention. Okay? And then he proceeded to deliver the Bodhisattva's way of life, a guide to the Bodhisattva's way of life. Without any interruption, hesitation, this magnificent text that goes through how you subdue your mind, become a Buddhist saint. And then as he got to the later chapters, he started to ascend off the throne, elevating higher and higher and higher into the sky until he disappeared. And they couldn't see him anymore, and they could just hear the last chapters, and he was gone, and they never saw him again. That's one of the stories of Master Shantideva. So fortunately for us, and for all the beings that came before us, we have been left with the Bodhicharyavatara, a guide to the Bodhisattva's way of life. Again, also called the way of the Bodhisattva. There's different translations of this text, several different ones. It's the same text. And it's split into chapters. Some of the chapters deal with the 6 perfections. So chapter 6 is the chapter on patience. So it's an amazing chapter. Healing anger is a commentary on that chapter. It is brilliant. So if anger is one of your things, please read that book. It's fantastic. So this is from Master Shantideva from chapter 6. There is no evil like hatred, and no fortitude like patience. Thus I should strive in various ways to meditate on patience. So in order to understand your delusion, you have to understand what it is to begin with. What is anger? It's defined as a mental factor that perceives its object as unattractive, exaggerates its unattractiveness, becomes antagonistic, and wishes to harm the object. The object can be animate, it can be inanimate, right? So again, mental factor perceives its object as unattractive, exaggerates its unattractiveness, becomes antagonistic, wishes to harm the object. Okay? So first you have to understand, so it's interesting we perceive the object as unattractive. Okay. The highest level, again, one of the best ways to cut any delusions I mentioned is to study, understand intellectually, and meditate on emptiness. It cuts everything. Okay, why? Because you perceive an object as unattractive. Okay. Somebody else perceives it as attractive, right? Is it the object that's the problem? It's our mind. So it starts to diffuse that there's an inherently bad object out there, enemy, solidly existing concretely from its own side. Unchanging enemy, independent of any causes and conditions, independent of my mind placing the title, the label enemy on that person. That's the way we perceive things. Solid, concretely existing, independent. Okay? And what happens is if that enemy does exist in that way, then everyone would have to see them as enemy. That's how inherent things are. They're like that for all time. They don't change, and it's like something frozen. Do people make sense? You following me? It's very hard to get that notion of inherent existence. Inherent existence. I'll give synonyms. Intrinsic nature. Concrete existence. Independent existence. Existing with its own character from its own side. They all mean the same thing. Okay? Things don't exist that way, but that's how they appear to us, concretized, right? Reified. Microphone. I'm not saying there isn't a microphone here, okay? But let's understand how it exists, okay? From our nature, the karmic seeds as a human being in this part of the world, we see a long metal rod with wire wrapped around it, with this form of this little nodule thing here, okay? And what happens is, this is data, this is information. And from you sitting there, your visual consciousness is taking this data in. That's all that's happening. And then what happens according to the highest school of Buddhist philosophical tenets, and this is the Lama Zopa Rinpoche only usually teaches according to that school, but there's 4 schools, and then there's subtle sub-schools under the different schools. But let's just look at that school right now. Does everyone agree with me? First of all, we got a metal rod, got wire wrapped around it, and I've got this little nodule thing with this little screeny whatever, okay? The data for us as humans in this part of the world, you take in the information, okay? And then what happens is there's a gap. And I'm going to call this thing that I just labeled here, I'm going to call this a valid basis of designation. A valid basis of designation, right here. That's what's there. So it's kind of there on one level. And then what my mind does, it's synthesizing all that. You've got this, your sophisticated computer going on, whether it's brain activity, neurological activity, karmic seeds, causing you to see that this is something, to start labeling. You're looking for a name for this. You're not aware of that process. It's too subtle. It's too subtle. And then what happens, there's a gap, okay? And then my mind puts a label on this. My mind puts a label. And as English speakers, this part of the world, based on what this is, my mind sees the data, my mind says, microphone. And Tibetan Buddhism says that's when the microphone comes into existence, at that time, okay? And before that, there was no microphone there. There's a valid basis of designation, okay? And then there's a labeling process. What happens when I said, so there's a little bit of a space. There's the valid basis of designation, the information and data appears to my mental consciousness, and through my visual consciousness in this case, we're looking at something, shape, object, right? And then there's a space of this gap, and then I label. And then the thing concretely comes into existence. What happens is, we miss the labeling process. Why do we miss that? What covers over that? What obscures us from that? Ignorance. Fundamental ignorance covers over that there's a label going on to it. And what we do then is we take the valid basis of designation, right, and we glom it together with an inherently existent microphone. And then that's how we relate to it. Microphone is a mundane thing. But when you're in a parking lot and somebody dings your car, oh my goodness. Excuse me, you dented my car. Okay. And what happens is the labeling comes up and makes problems for us. Because you have car, and then you have to dissect your car. You got this metal thing with some glass, plastic, fiberglass, some rubber, and it's got mechanisms in there. It's got 4 tires, these 4 round things that rotate, and all the other things that cars have in it, okay? And when you put all those things together, there's a valid basis of designation, and human beings then put a label on that and call it car in this part of the world, okay? And that's all that's there. And then what happens is, that's not the problem. But the problem is I reify the car. I make it a very concrete existing thing, and then I have territorialness and possession over it. And then I say, my car. And that's when the problems start. My kid. My bag. My computer. My phone. So you interfere with any of those things and damage them and harm them, I get upset. So if we understood how the car and the microphone really existed, it diffuses this huge, for all time microphone. And people get tweaked. Now you buy a car and you roll it out of the lot and you know it's not going to last forever. But you suffer a little bit as it gets its dings and things, and when it breaks down and when it doesn't start one day. How upset do you want to get? Its nature is to break down. So the more we understand samsara and accept that, and the more we understand that we're interpreting everything in a limited, mistaken way, it loosens up your hold on my stuff. And things happen to stuff based on the karmic seeds you have in your mind. Some people have a lot of stealing karma manifesting and they lose things. People steal from them. Some people have karma and a lot of things break for them. Some people don't. Some people it's okay. So what we want to do is just start to work with some mundane things, and then the issue is ourselves, how you hold yourself. Because what's covered over is the gap for the labeling process. So we don't see that there's a valid basis of designation. And so the ultimate school, the Prasangika Madhyamaka school, would say, just looking at this, there's no microphone there at all, ultimately. Why? There's no inherently existent microphone there at all, ever. Okay, why? Because if it was an inherently existent microphone, inherently existent things, again, do not change. They're eternal, fixed, frozen. So it would have to be a microphone for all things, all beings. Okay, but if you throw this on the floor, just this pole and stuff, it could be a dog toy. For a dog, they come in, they don't have concept of microphone. Okay, so ultimately, you want to get used to there's no microphone there at all on that level. The other side is, conventionally, yeah, there's a microphone here. Okay, but how does that microphone exist? It depends on things. Causes and conditions. It depends on three things I'm going to name right now. Causes and conditions. What does that mean? It means that people started needing a way to broadcast things. That's why microphones were invented. You know, we're going to come up with an idea and make a thing, and then electricity happened, and let's put it together. Great, we can project a voice now. That's a cause and condition for microphones. You can even get into another more detailed system and say somebody decided to have a factory manufacture metal like this and put it together to manufacture and sell microphones for money, for business. I'll take questions a little later. Okay. Is everybody following? So far, you with me? Okay. So another way the microphone comes into existence is based on causes and conditions. Based on its parts. Okay? Well, the parts we can identify. We've got metal. I'm going to include the electricity, because that's the point of a microphone, but some have batteries, but this, I got a wire. I've got the black color is part of it. I've got this little mesh thing here. You know, and often we see that and we go, oh, that's a microphone. The on and off switch, the inside mechanisms we can't see, this part, I might call this the top of the microphone. I'm going to call this the bottom of the microphone. This is the side of the microphone. Is everybody with me? Just labeling, just talking about the parts. So you have to get very specific with emptiness. I just decided to start to launch into this because this is really the thing that cuts the delusions. This is it. And we can go through other specific things, but I really want to spend some time with this. So then what happens is, if I say, and people will point and say, well, where's the microphone? Well, it's here, they'll go. So then you have to be specific. It's here. Here? If I took this little piece out and held that up for you, you wouldn't call that a microphone, it's a piece of metal, right? And if I said this thing is a microphone, just this alone, if I held that up for you, you wouldn't say that's a microphone. If I took the bottom out, if I took the wire out, held that up, is that the microphone? No, it's a wire, right? Everybody following with me so far? Okay. So what some people say then, oh, come on, you know. It's all those things together. It's a collection, right? Would you agree? It's a collection. You put the collection together, pole, color, mesh thing, bottom, inside, on and off switch, wire, and there's the microphone, right? Wrong. Okay? What is there? What is the collection? I just mentioned it before. What would you call the collection?
A bunch of parts.
It's a bunch of parts. And what's another label you could use for that? It's another few terms you could use for that. When you put the collection together, you have a valid basis of designation. Okay? And what happens is, you just looked, and we did it very briefly, we just looked for the microphone in its parts. And would you agree we did not find the microphone in its parts? Is everybody with me? Okay? And just to reiterate, the wire on its own, it's not microphone. The pole is not okay. So if you put all those parts, you didn't find a microphone there. If you put all the parts together, all the parts that are not microphone and that you cannot find microphone in, you put those all together and there's a microphone there? You just looked through the parts and didn't find a microphone. How possible can you put them all together and have a microphone there? Just some ways to think about it, okay? So what does come together is a valid basis of designation. My mind looks at that, and then as human beings in this part of the world with our language, and then my mind labels. Your mind puts a label on the valid basis of designation, microphone. Okay? So conventionally, there's the microphone. It exists as a dependent arising. It depends on causes and conditions. It depends on parts. Okay? It depends on its existence. It arises in dependence on my mind taking in the valid basis of designation and labeling on that microphone. Then the microphone comes into existence. So you never have emptiness without dependent origination. Okay, which means emptiness is a lack of something. It's an absence of something. What it's an absence of is inherent existence, intrinsic nature. Okay? It lacks that. But what happens is you want to avoid the extremes. One extreme is nothing exists, doesn't matter. That's nihilism. Okay? That's one extreme, and that's not valid. That's not the truth. Okay? Because with nihilism, you step in front of a bus and go, it doesn't matter, I'm empty. Well, you're going to get run over and killed. Right? Okay? The other way is the way we see things, reified, concretized, right? So the thing is, everything okay? Okay. So the other way is we reify everything, but it's very solidly existent. And it was interesting, talking with you guys last night. Many people, we all do this. We try to construct a semblance of stability and safety around us. It's natural. It's very normal. We want to be safe. I think it's intelligent, right? Want to be safe, but you have to really be very skillful as a Dharma practitioner or as a Bodhisattva warrior to look at what you are constructing. Sometimes it's a cage for yourself. It's a prison, okay? And so what happens is we get these things, and I mentioned yesterday, I was talking about, it's interesting with Americans, a lot of times we get 2 weeks a year holiday, full holiday. You do get bank holidays, you get weekends, granted, yes. But often we get a 2-week holiday on average. And so because of all the things that you've told yourself you need to make you feel safe and secure and stable, you're paying for it the rest of the year working 50 weeks a year, generally. That's what most people do. So how stable and how safe is what you've constructed? And I know many people. The house burned down, the partnership broke up, somebody had to move out, they couldn't afford to keep the house, an earthquake came along, a flood came along, they didn't want to live there anymore, somebody got sick and needed different kinds of care and they couldn't stay in the house, they injured themselves, they couldn't do the steps in the house, they needed a wheelchair. I mean, there's infinite possibilities. Many, many different things happen for people over time. And so you have to kind of think about, what am I sacrificing and what am I, how free am I in these constructs of it? It's a semblance of safety. Sometimes it's fine and we're very comfortable. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. But it's a matter of, if you feel like I want to be doing more with my spiritual practice, or I'm feeling a little bit we get complacent, right? We feel it's like we get into a routine. It's comfortable, and it's very hard to kind of break out and add other things to your practice and start to really say, I need another 15 minutes here, another half an hour of my practice. So what we do is we reify and concretize the house and my construct that I make, and it doesn't really exist in the way that we think it does. So what happens for some people is there's a trauma in their life, or they're dying, or they wake up spiritually and they start saying, this just isn't really good enough anymore. And we wake up at different ages based on the karmic imprints in our consciousness. Does that make sense? Am I communicating? Okay. So what we try to do in this tradition is the middle way, that again, things don't exist ultimately enough for me to get that attached because there really is nothing there, but they do exist in a conventional way. There is something there. There's a microphone here that's projecting my voice. Okay? But we have to understand how that microphone exists. The hardest part is when it relates to ourself. Mundane things you can start to dissect and analyze. Great, I would work with that. And then there's ourself. And so ourself, the I, the sense of our ego, okay, is what motors us through everything that we think, do, and say, every moment. And so you can do emptiness meditations, and I recommend one in How to Meditate, Kathleen McDonald's book. It's a very easily accessible emptiness meditation to start to get familiar with that, and I would really recommend reading much more about emptiness in various Lamrim books. There's also many teachings online about emptiness, but study thoroughly until you really understand all the different points about emptiness, and then you apply it in meditation. You need a lot of emptiness meditation in one life to really start to diffuse, okay, how the negative aspects of our ego like to maintain this seeming stability, and how it loves to reify and concretize everything. It's the source of our suffering. So am I making sense? Other questions about emptiness or what I've been saying? Some people have some introduction, or is this brand new to people? Brand new, okay. So it's very profound. So I'm just giving an introduction. It's very profound. So don't worry if you're kind of like, what? You know, this is a very profound part of Buddhism, and it's in the higher scope of the Lamrim. And I just want to introduce it. Some of you, I know there's people here at different levels, so I wanted to mention, because it's really the thing that cuts delusion from the root, is by understanding the nature of reality. So do be very sure before you spout off to other people what you think about emptiness. You know, people leave and they go, she said nothing existed. And I get misquoted all the time. So you do want to study more thoroughly. And again, things do exist. So it's just a matter of analyzing how they exist, because we believe they exist in a different manner, and that's what causes a lot of pain and suffering. Like that. And I find that understanding emptiness more and more does really loosen up things in your life when you're holding very fast to something, whether it's an object or an idea. It's, you know, understanding that there is a spacious reality and that things exist in a certain way dependent on these other things, and it's just a matter of my perspective and perception that's causing me to see things in a certain way. And that's why your enemy is not a solidly existing inherent enemy, because everyone would see them that way. That's how we believe the enemy is, right? When we don't like somebody, they're very solidly existing enemy for all time. But isn't it interesting how somebody in the office likes them? Somebody in their life likes them, their mother loves them? Like, how interesting. I don't like them. How's that possible somebody likes them? Somebody does. Right? If I say tomato to you, how many people like tomatoes? Anybody here doesn't like tomatoes? I always say that with tomatoes. People always like tomatoes, right? I'm always amazed by that. I don't really like tomatoes, okay? Why am I the only one in the world that doesn't like tomatoes? Okay? Anyway, I rejoice for you that you like tomatoes. I don't really like them. Is it the tomato that's the problem? No, because you like them, I don't like them. It's just our perspective, our viewpoint. And what's the viewpoint from? The karmic seeds in my consciousness. It's like that. Those karmic seeds create delusion. And delusion comes from fundamental ignorance. So we can undo that process by applying various antidotes, meditating on emptiness, learning, studying about emptiness, reciting mantras, meditating on a variety of different things, doing visualizations, reciting mantras, I mentioned that, being kind to people, doing good things for people, doing purification practices. There's so many different ways you can practice. But it takes time, so over time, your mind is going to change. Like you said, after 5-6 years, you're different. I'm sure you're much better than 5 years ago. We don't notice the subtle changes. But if you stay with this and you keep coming to this center and you keep coming to classes and trying to build an active meditation practice on the side, things will change. Things will change for the better for your mind. Okay, so one thing I also want to add to that is, practically, when you start practicing, and even if you've been practicing 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, spiritual practice is you have the clear water glass, okay, and you've been riding around for 30, 40, 50 years with this clear water glass, okay, and in the bottom of the glass is a layer of dirt. But really the glass looks pretty good, it's nice and clear. And I know there's a little dirt on the bottom, but it's fine, it's there on the bottom and the glass is still clear. Spiritual practice is when you put the stirrer in. So I remember in the beginning when I got into this, the first 5 years, and then I was running this center, and I met this guy, we were living together, my old boyfriend, and we would have meetings every week with the community. And I thought they were brutal, because everything was my fault, because I was the director, whether it was my fault or not, right? And I'd go home, and I one time I said to him, I said, you know, my life was fine before this. I was a good camper. I volunteered, and I had my job, and I made my money, and I gave some money away, and I had, you know, and now it just seemed to be a mess. That's very common on the spiritual path. So you need to stir the dirt up in order to clean it out. So don't worry if you go through and suddenly you're like, everything was really easy in my life. I got into the Dharma and now everything's a mess. It's not, it will settle out after a while. And like samsara anyway, right? It's this kind of ride. So you might as well be doing it on a spiritual path than just stirring up junk in your own samsaric lives, right? It's like that, isn't it, Dundra? Did you have that experience? Kind of get stirred up, and then you suddenly learn how to deal with the dirt, and you start getting rid of the dirt. Permanently get rid of it. Doesn't settle back in the bottom of the glass. You clean it out. I remember one Italian student I heard of some years ago, and he said, "The lamas have ruined my samsara." Right? So we have this notion of samsara. As I said, it's suffering, this cycle of birth, old age, sickness, death. And we're kind of content in it. It's not okay to get content in samsara. But that's what we try to construct around us. Everything's great. I got my yard and got my lawnmower. Cool. Everything's set. And it's still in the nature of suffering. And so eventually things change, break down, sometimes dramatically, and then we really suffer because we didn't have our eyes open realistically about it. So this is about waking up. Okay.
So what do you mean about self-respect? Self-respect. Before you kept talking about you respect yourself.
Before lunch, yes?
Yeah, you talk about like you're in the meeting, and then because you respect yourself, you have to say that you're leaving the job.
With the lawyer?
Yes. So what's self-respect? How do you know that you respect yourself?
Well, a lot of it, and it takes time to develop, and some people, it's a good question because some people they've never lived in a respectful environment to know. And I think part of it is having a healthy balance in life, and also a healthy sense of myself. Like, are you someone who's constantly getting down on yourself?
Yeah.
I don't think that's having self-respect, right? Are you someone who's got an inflated notion of yourself? I don't think that's self-respect. I don't think that's an even, healthy self-respect. Do you know what I mean? If you're someone who wakes up in the morning and you kind of think, okay, I'm going to go out there today. I hope I can do some good things today. I know I have some limitations. And you just think this in your mind, but I'm really going to try to, get out there, have a good day with a good attitude. And I think that would be a somewhat balanced level of engaging with the world. And when a problem comes, how do you deal with it with self-respect? Or anybody, how would you deal with it with self-respect? When you have a problem, you know what to do. I know you know what to do. Anybody, what would you do? You have a problem. They come all the time. Small problem, bigger problem.
First, angry.
Okay, sometimes let's say you get angry. You have a problem and you get angry. Okay, with good self-respect. So what I do is, for me, it's then I notice. And if the earlier I can notice I'm getting angry, great, but that comes with practice. Let's say I get really angry and my mind feels totally consumed with anger, right? One thing I'm going to do, Mike and I were talking a little bit at lunch, is let me just make sure, if it's possible, and this might not be possible for somebody new, but there's people out there that aren't Buddhists that are practice very, very well. You don't have to be a Buddhist. to do this, okay? But let's say I get angry and I feel very completely run over by it. What I might do is at least try to prevent me, please God, let's hope, from opening my mouth in that space, saying something really destructive to someone else. This is common sense and practicality too, right? This is your basic wisdom and compassion. Okay. So let's say I'm still raging in my mind, but I'm able to be like, don't say it. Just gonna, and why? Because it's going to create more negative karma for myself. It will harm me, ultimately, and harm the other, and I will end up suffering in the future as a result. Okay, so we might have a very quick notion of that, like don't yell at him, just a split second goes by. I'm able to shut my mouth. I'm still fuming in my mind, but I get past the incident. Later, when I have time, I go back to my cushion. What happened? That was awful. God, I was enraged, this person. And then I go back and I analyze like we did in the meditation, in a balanced way and say, okay, so tomorrow, maybe I did say something to the person rudely. So tomorrow I determine I'm going to apologize to them. Like my friend at the table who stood up and said, I'm having a klesha attack. It depends, everything's individual. What's your relationship with the person? Maybe it's someone you never see again and you can't apologize, but you gave them the finger when you were driving in the car. So then my determination is going to be, tomorrow when I drive, or the next time I drive, I'm going to make sure that entire ride is done with a lot of wisdom and compassion. I'm going to slow down 5 miles an hour, and I'm going to make sure that I'm a little bit unresponsible for other people on the road. And the only way I can take care of that is I take care of my mind and my car. And I drive skillfully, and I drive well, and I'm not racing, and you know what? That's the best I can do. And I can dedicate the merit. And for me, that would be having some self-respect. I acknowledge my weaknesses, but not getting overly down on myself, right?
So what about yourself?
Does that make sense so far?
Yeah.
You see you see the balance?
Yeah, yes.
How it's not like you're crap, you're horrible, you always get angry, you're an angry person, you're useless. That's not self-respect. But it's also not like, I don't care, I got angry, he deserved it. That's also not self-respect. See the difference? Yeah. So what were you going to say?
So that's kind of the same way of saying, like, I don't care. Like, told myself, I'm like, I don't care.
You don't care if what? If
I mean, like, I don't care if what I do is wrong or right.
okay.
Yeah.
So, do you not suffer sometimes?
I mean, at the end I suffer, but like, yeah, I do suffer, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
So I guess one level would be is developing a little bit like, I guess I got the beginning of renunciation. You hear this word renunciation. So we have something called the 3 principles of the path. This is the whole outline of the Lam Rim. It can be condensed into the 3 principles of the path, also called the 3 principal aspects of the path. It's the same. What are they? And don't tell me that you're an intermediate student if you don't know what the 3 principal aspects of the path are. Okay? But what are they? Number 1, renunciation. Number 2? These are the 2. And so 2 and 3 are the biggies that you need to get enlightened. Bodhicitta and emptiness. Bodhicitta and emptiness. Renunciation, bodhicitta, and emptiness, the 3 principal aspects of the path. The whole path is condensed into that, can be. Okay, let's look at renunciation. Okay, we were just looking at emptiness. We've been talking about bodhicitta. Let's look at renunciation. Renunciation, people think it's about giving all your stuff away. No, it's an attitude. And I really feel like it's an attitude that is the beginning of having compassion for yourself. Okay, so I used to not care either. Right? But I think fundamentally, because of our Buddha nature, very deep down, we care. And what happens is some people have thicker layers of obscuration on top of it. So it's less accessible. And what I do is I would perpetuate a lot of destructive patterns. Especially when I lived in Washington, D.C., right? I was a little bit of a bad girl, okay? I mean, this is how you see people can transform, okay? So I just had these destructive patterns, and it just became a mode of existence. It was a habit. It was a very deeply ingrained pattern. This is how I was. It wasn't that I was a bad person, really, but I really didn't care. I didn't care if I did something, if it really hurt me, if it hurt somebody. But slowly, over the course of time, fortunately, something must have shifted in me, I think some deep dharmic seed, honestly, and I would get into destructive relationships with people. And one of them, something happened, and me and this guy had this huge blow up, this really huge fight, whatever it was, and he left at one point. This was when I moved to San Francisco. Somehow he suddenly took off, he lived a distance from me, and somehow it flipped something in me. And sometimes when you're really leveled on the bottom, you know, when you're really down and out, and this sort of thing really kind of shook me up and shattered me, and I was, you know, I even think I was like sobbing on the floor of the living room, like one of these kind of, you know how you get things, life can be very dramatic, especially pre-Dharma, can be very dramatic. So somehow in this space, something in me woke up, and I just said to myself, enough. Sometimes renunciation is when you get sick enough of how you suffer. And I had it with this particular pattern. It made me suffer so much, and I just said, I don't want to do this anymore. That's renunciation. Do you see what I mean? Where I'm giving up a certain pattern because I want to be healthy, because I'd like to respect myself. Does that make sense? So you can kind of look at what in your life might be obscuring you from caring more. Do you, for instance, you're here at Teachings and you were at Light of the Path, right? So you've got a lot of wisdom there, I think, to go to that. Fantastic, you know. Now he's got a big smile on his face. You can't see, but I can see, right? So he's happy doing that. I think it's very brilliant of you, okay? So you did that, and obviously you got yourself kind of into this mode, into this track. And this is a Mahayana path. Okay? Mahayana is a Sanskrit word, greater vehicle. Maha, greater, yana, vehicle. Love is a direct antidote to hatred and anger. Pure love, true love. Because what is real love? So you're getting a little heads up on Wednesday night. What is real love for you? Define love.
You love someone, never expect give back.
You never expect them to give back. That they don't, unconditional, like that.
I'm happy to give it.
And you're happy to give it. Other things? I know love means never having to say you're sorry. Okay.
Isn't it love for yourself, though?
Love for yourself. Well, what is that? What does that mean? Love for yourself.
In the just, you know, you get to the point where you actually love yourself and you can let it go and give it to others.
Okay, you can let go and give it to others. Love not exactly defined there, but you can let go and give it to others. And just like you said, you're unconditional and you're happy to do what for someone, or to feel what about them. What do you want when you love somebody?
I wish them the best.
You wish them the best?
Yeah.
Closer.
They love to suffer.
You don't want them to suffer.
Yeah.
That's not actually love, but that's close.
I mean,
Pretty good. No, you're coming.
happiness.
You want them to be happy.
Yeah.
Thank you. The real love is you want the other person to be happy. How about that? Do we ever think about that with love? Love has a lot of conditions, doesn't it, our love? I love you if, love you but, I love you when. That's not love, that's attachment. That's attachment. So those of you that are here tonight, if you come back on Wednesday, you're not allowed to give the answer away. Love is wanting others to be happy. That's it. That's it. Okay, great. So that's the antidote to anger. Anger doesn't want other people to be happy. The person you're angry with, you want them to be happy? No way. Okay? So these are something you start to look at this. Look at attachment. Look how attachment makes you suffer. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. People often want to talk about hatred, but they don't want to talk about attachment. Hatred is like vomit on your clothes. Okay? It's blatantly disgusting. Seriously, you see it. Hatred, you know. You see somebody get angry and everybody's like, whoa. You see it. And it's very easy to wash out. It's much easier to get vomit out of your clothes. Attachment is the oil stain. The oil stain. It's more subtle, and people say it's love. No, I really love my boyfriend, and I just wish he would. You know. And we glom on a lot of things, and we grasp onto things. What's your grasping mind like? And it could be a thing or a person. You have to yourself experience, if attachment and desire is your thing, what's a grasping mind like? Let me take young men for a moment, and I actually am having dinner with I can't live in DC for a very long period of time because there's too many old boyfriends here, okay? But I am having dinner with one of my old boyfriends and his girlfriend. So, actually, it's fun. I do see some of them sometimes. So, when you... Okay, so did you ever... You grasp on to... Sometimes it's a thing, right? And sometimes it's a person. And you yourself have to experience, if attachment's your thing that you're working with, your delusion, you have to yourself conjure up in your mind or notice the next time you're grasping on for something you want to do with them, or an idea about an agenda you have for them. How does it feel here? How does it feel here? Can you get a sense of that? You were just laughing. How does it feel sometimes? Do you have anybody you're attached to? Are you in love right now?
Yes.
Okay, I thought she might be. She had that look in her eyes, right? And so, like what I also find interesting, we'll talk more about this Wednesday night. Are you coming Wednesday night or no?
Oh, I didn't know about Wednesday.
How many of you coming Wednesday night? Not sure, okay. Not sure, okay. Because it's kind of funny, the attachment and love class. It's quite a fun class. It can be, okay. But what happens with attachment is you need to get in there and see. Do you ever grasp that you want to see them, they don't want to see you, they're busy? Has that happened yet? How long has it been with this person?
6 years.
Oh, 6 years and you're still in love. Well, that's wonderful. Okay, that might really be love then. That could be love. Okay, excellent. Okay. So do we remember the beginning? Remember the beginning? When you met this person? You met the desirable... Some people are back there like, haven't met them yet. Okay, okay, fair enough, right? But do you remember the beginning, weren't they perfect? And you had all these kind of projected fantasies about the person. Sometimes it fades after a while. Okay, so we're going to look at this Wednesday night. Are those qualities really there? Are they not there? But what you need to do to examine attachment is get a sense when you're grasping. Do you grasp on? Are there some things you want? And sometimes you're separated. Do you live together now?
Mm-hmm.
You live together. Okay, so you're with them a lot. Now you take them for granted.
It's mutual, yeah.
Okay. But what you have to think about is sometimes you're separated. Do you ever take separate holidays or go away?
Not for long period.
Not for very long. Okay. And in the beginning?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And sometimes you miss them?
Yeah.
Yeah. So remember sometimes the missing and sometimes it gets a little bigger in the mind, the missing, I find. And suddenly I'm kind of consumed with it and I'm depressed or I'm sad or you run to the refrigerator to eat to try to forget it and you go to a movie. Like you end up doing these coping mechanisms until you try to get a sense of that grasping nature and how it feels, and it's uncomfortable, right? Notice some things about your stuff, what you grasp onto. So when something gets broken, I've seen people completely bent out of shape over something breaking in the house, like the old shoe finally wore out, and they're like really a mess over it. Well, there's other shoes. No, but it was not this shoe. It's not like that. I've had these since I was 16, and I'm like, it's a thing. Why do we buy things and impute such heavy stuff on them? Because and the thing is, you need to see how it makes you suffer. Can you see how it makes you suffer? And the hardest thing we're attached to, the most difficult, is our kids. Okay? So you have attachment to your kids, right? Of course. So one of the things that can cut it, my mom used to say, kids are a loan to you. They pass through your body if you gave birth to them biologically. Not everybody has, but still they're your kids. And they're on loan, and then they go off. You want them to develop into conscientious human beings. You want them to be able to take care of themselves. And eventually they go off, and sometimes they live far away from you. And that wasn't your intention because you really like being around them, you like seeing them. But then sometimes, isn't it interesting when they're around you a lot? You're ready for them to leave. So you just want to notice this nature of attachment, desire, and it causes the mind to be out of balance constantly. Okay. So a little bit of sense of battling back the delusions is understanding the nature of delusion. How does jealousy make you feel? Constricted mind. How does pride make you feel? So you think you're better than people? Yeah. And I've seen prideful people. This is so painful. When did this just happen with somebody recently? There was an experience and I went, wow, like they're, So I have seen people where they were on top, everything was great, business successful, husband, kids. There was a woman, a director of another center, and she's a close friend of mine now, but we weren't always that close. Her husband of 23 years told her at one point he wasn't in love with her anymore, and he was having an affair with another woman, a woman he had brought to stay in their house at one point, like a year before. These are all Dharma practitioners. This does happen with Dharma people. We're not immune to this. Some people are like, I thought she's a Buddhist. Like, he's having an affair? It happens because of desire and attachment. I don't love you anymore. I'm having an affair. I'm moving out. I want a divorce. This is what he told her. She's 52 years old when he told her this. Kids were grown, so that was one thing. But she was flattened, absolutely flattened. She was kind of the alpha female of this spiritual community, and always in charge, always telling other people what to do, extremely opinionated. She had a business in town, and she was on top of it, and then she was flattened. Right? Unbelievable, humbling experience. Right? So she really kind of crawled around for a year, really pretty lost, and then she fortunately, brilliantly, plowed it into her spiritual practice and really started to develop. She didn't really have before this really incredible spiritual practice. And is just an awesome person, awesome meditator, and very inspiring practitioner. Right? And she and her husband became a monk later, split up with the other woman, they got ordained, the woman's not ordained, he's ordained, and he and his ex-wife are very good friends. And she's doing really well. So, but the attachment to him and the idea she had, her whole identity around this, she totally had the legs pulled out from under. Unbelievable suffering. So painful. So we have it on big levels like that. We have it on smaller levels. So it's very helpful to understand the nature, the negative nature. How does the delusion make you feel? Because sometimes it masquerades and we think it's okay. People equate attachment to their kids as love. It's different. It's one thing to want your kids to be happy. That's love. But then we suddenly are imposing all these agendas, controlling their lives, long into adulthood, needing them this. They don't do what I want, and I'm not going to speak to them. I'm upset. I'm making them feel guilty. That's not love. That's manipulation and suffering from attachment. Okay? And some people equate that it's okay to get angry. I had a mistaken understanding of anger. I thought it was okay to raise my voice when speaking on the phone to telecommunication companies over mistaken bills. I thought that was okay to get angry. Really, and what happened, so this is the subtlety with karma. I would have a mistake on a bill repeatedly with this one company. And I was in charge of having to phone them for this one job I had. And I would phone, and the representative, and they're just trained to this job, would say, sorry, we can't do anything. Okay? And I would say, well, you need to do something because this was not our mistake, it's your mistake. I'm sorry, I can't do anything. Back and forth, can I speak to a supervisor? I get the supervisor. We can't help you. And then I would raise my voice. And then I would get really angry and start threatening them, as if I could really do something, right? But this was a pattern. This was a really, ridiculous pattern I had. Raise their voice, do their thing, and then sometimes, 9 times out of 10, they would say, okay, I will adjust your bill. So what I did, mistakenly, is I interpreted that anger and raising my voice was the cause of getting my bill adjusted. The bill adjusted made me happy. So I was saying that doing this negative thing gives you a good outcome. That's not how karma works. It's a mistake. Okay? The result of the bill being adjusted, which made me happy, is a result of a positive karmic imprint I made in the past. It doesn't come from yelling at somebody. The yelling at somebody will cause a future ripening, a result in the future of some negative thing. Me getting yelled at, me not getting what I want, like that. See the difference? But I understood that I thought it was a direct relationship. It wasn't. It just looked like that. It just appeared that way. Okay? So you do need to get skillful about the pain, suffering, and confusion that you experience based on the delusion. Let me go through some more antidote. Let me see, we're at 3:30. Maybe, should we take a break, or are we okay to just roll to the end? We're okay. Okay. We don't have that much time left, so. I said think about the faults of anger and the benefits of patience, okay? Patience, your mind is very peaceful. Okay. People enjoy to be around patient people. They feel relaxed and happy around them, okay? It supports your development of bodhicitta when you're patient. It helps you overcome negativity. Patience actually causes you to be beautiful in future lives. You're cherished by Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. It supports your discriminating wisdom. It's a cause of good rebirths. So I'm just giving one example, that patience. Okay. Patience literally in Tibetan is forbearance, bearing up under adverse circumstances. So it's not just about waiting in the doctor's office. You're sitting there. It's actually when a problem comes, how's your mind? Can you kind of say, well, this is my karma? Can you say there's no point getting angry right now? Difficult circumstances help me purify more negativities, so I can hang with this. I can also take on all the suffering of all the other beings on the planet that suffer much worse than this. And this is a way to deal with adversity in your mind. You want to get to the point at high levels where you welcome problems. You welcome problems because you can transform them into opportunities for practice. Okay? So, other ways to deal directly with anger, I mentioned understanding the faults and the benefits of patience, faults of anger, benefits of patience. Remember death and impermanence can be a big help. Remember death and impermanence. Both you and the person you're angry at will die one day. What's the point of holding on to the anger? If you were actively dying now, would you really care about the issue that you're arguing about? Remember karma is another antidote to anger. Something's happened to me. Are we going to blame the other person? This is a result. If something negative happens to me, it's a result of something I did in the past. Now it's purifying. Thanks very much. Cultivate loving kindness. Another thing we can do is the meditation I would recommend, like we did. Analyze what's going on. Understand the person. Look at it from their view. On and on. Those kind of meditations, analytical meditations, very helpful. Another way is, can you look at the person that let's say it's a person you're angry with, as if you're looking in a mirror. Okay? Our enemy has valuable messages for us. Are we ever really actively listening to what the message is? Very powerful messages come from the enemy. Very helpful self-reflection sometimes. There's many messages, many mirrors up around us. The most painful one is seeing the enemy there, because it's often an aspect of ourselves, right? Can be. Be compassionate. Sometimes it's really hard when you're really angry with someone, but this is where we did in the meditation, put yourself in someone else's shoes. We have that expression in our culture. Put yourself in someone else's shoes. Step out of your own point of view, your own agenda for a moment, and try to see what is going on for this other person. Here's another one. What is it like to fight with you? Have you ever thought about being on the other side? Right? Is it good to fight with you?
No, it's not.
It's very unpleasant to fight with me. It's very, I'm better now, but it used to be very unpleasant to, when you made me angry, ooh, look out, right? I never lost a fight, right? That's not true, okay? Again, meditation on emptiness. Check the I, the letter I, meaning the sense of yourself that is angry. How does that I exist? So that would come through emptiness meditations. Very powerful. Okay. Examine what your mind is saying. Okay? Can you detect any flaws in your thinking? You know how you're holding somebody, inherent enemy, and they're so stupid and they're so... So I worked with a guy, Jim, my neighbor, my dear friend still. He was the cook at our center. I come down to the building one day in my little space of me, myself, and I. Walk in the morning, he's in the kitchen, good morning. He barks something really rude at me across the kitchen. And I'm like, whoa. I get out of the kitchen, go up to my office, I work for 2 hours, and I'm negative looping through this incident. He's always like that, he's always angry, he's so sarcastic, he's so big, and he's so imposing, and he intimidates people. Now he's down there cooking with that anger for the retreaters, and we have to eat that anger, and I'm so sick of this, and he's holding the center hostage, and I mean, it was a huge drama in my mind about him, based on this one little interaction. Till 2 hours later, another staff person comes into the room, my office, what, did you hear what's going on with Jim? And all I have to do now, 2 hours later, is hear his name, and I say, what? It's amazing, you know? You get these fantasies going. Your story is always wrong until you've had a direct perception of emptiness. And I said, what? And she said, well, you know, he was sick in the morning. Okay, a month before he had landed in the hospital for a week, and he thought he was having a recurrence of this. He wasn't, but he thought he was. So she said he was sick in the morning. Because of that, he had a fight with his partner, because she said, you're not taking care of yourself. They had a huge fight, and they can't find one of their cats. We live in a wooded area where the cats sometimes get eaten. Can't find one of their cats. Well, it was too late for him to find a replacement cook. So out of his responsibility, he came down to cook lunch for the retreaters. So now I'm like, wah, wah. Boy, am I wrong, right? So I run downstairs and I throw my arms around him and tell him, is there anything I can do for him? And now there's connection, okay? Because my story was wrong. But we get stories going and we're invested and they're right. So true. So that's one thing, is look at the flaws in what's going on. Similar with attachment. You miss your kids? They come home. My sister's had this thing. She has 2 boys. They're in their 20s now. When they were little, she was in England. She sent them for the summer to my parents in Philadelphia for maybe a month or 2 in the summer. Right? She couldn't wait to get them on the plane. And as she said, to see the backs of their heads. Right? You know, she raised them on her own. Two little, you know, she was like, get them out of here. I'm done. You know, they never cleaned up their room, they never washed, I mean, it was just a continual nagging, and now they're on the plane, and 2 days later she calls me, I miss them. I went, you know, called them every day, and then she really missed them, can't wait till they come home, great, they're flying back, whatever, and they're home, and in 2 minutes she's like, I want to kill them. Okay? This is attachment, like this is so look at it, understand how it is. You can laugh with yourself too, okay? Also, here's another thing with some of these. Check your expectations, especially with anger. You know, we have expectations, and sometimes our expectations are built on miscommunication, right? I mentioned yesterday, how many times is your person closest to you, person you live with, whomever, speaking, and you're not actively listening? So what goes in now is, and then they say, but I told you, and you say, no you didn't, yes I did, no you didn't, yes I did. And I had an expectation we were supposed to go out on Sunday, and then we're going to do this thing, and then we're going to see these friends, and then we're going to the movies. But they already said, I can't do that because I have an appointment at 6, and then, so if you want, I'll meet you later after dinner. But I didn't hear that. Okay? So that gets people into a lot of trouble. Makes you angry. Okay? Another thing with anger is someone criticizes you. Criticism can be helpful. Sometimes they're right. So that comes into the self-awareness thing. It can be very, very helpful. So I would listen carefully to what they're saying, and then I always check, you know, do I do that? Is that my experience? You know, and if enough people say it, I really pay attention to that. All these people are having that experience with me. I'm one. You know, am I going to just say, I don't do that? You know, 7 other people said I do it. You're not going to listen to that? Hmm? So those are a few things about anger. Let me just define attachment. A mental factor that perceives an object as attractive, exaggerates its attractiveness, regards it as a cause of happiness, and wants to possess and retain it. Yes, right? That exaggeration is amazing. I remember when I would fall in love with someone, it would take me quite a while, but finally, you know, there's that time you Bring them to your friends. Actually, I'll talk about that Wednesday night, so we're not going to go into that. Okay. Never mind. Okay. So we'll talk more about attachment Wednesday night. Any other delusion you want to hear, more specifics, and then we're going to do some Vajrasattva meditation. Anything else that's plaguing you that you're stuck in, something like that? For instance, pride. Okay, and let me just look at jealousy for a moment. A mental factor out of attachment to material gain, respect, etc. Okay, is unable to hear, to bear the good things others have. Jealousy. Okay, disturbs your mind. You don't want to see negative things. It disturbs your mind. Destroys relationships. It leads you to talk badly about others. Okay, leads you to create negative karma, things like that. With jealousy, you can remember karma and the law of cause and effect. The reason this person got this wonderful thing is they had the karma to get it. I didn't have the karmic seeds to get it. Things happen because of causes and conditions. That's all. Okay? Being jealous about what they got or what they have or who they are isn't going to change anything for me. Doesn't make me have those qualities. Okay? Practice rejoicing. That's the real antidote to jealousy. How wonderful that you have that. I'm happy for them. Again, you force it in the beginning. And one thing I saw recently on a TED Talk is, I said yesterday, you fake it till you make it. But I saw this TED Talk somebody sent to me to watch was about how you hold your physical posture as far as confidence or lack of confidence. Did you see that talking? Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
And so she said something about, instead of the expression fake it till you make it, and she was expanding on people like practicing bigger postures to be more successful in business. And she said initially it was contrived, where they try to stand with their hands like this. It wasn't normal for them, but they tried it. But she said fake it until you become it. And some of them did enough practice like that where they suddenly started to feel that they were this big, that they were okay, instead of the kind of drawn forth, not lack of confidence. It was very interesting. So in meditation, we are trying to practice until we become that, especially in Tantra, like that. And this is all the foundation for that. Let's look at pride. A mental factor, pride, that grasps at a wrong, I love the word grasping. Okay, grasping, holding on to something, grabbing out at something, okay? So Lama Yeshe, who English was not his first language, you'll hear him in a lot of old videos you can listen and audio tapes, and it sounds like grass hopping when he says grasping. And a lot of people make jokes, grass hopping. You hear this, very funny. So it grasps at a wrong conception of an I and mind, exaggerates their importance, and leads us to feel high and superior to others. Pride. You can feel pride in regard to your appearance, intelligence, level of education, wealth, status, position, skills, race or nationality, etc. Like that. Okay? Pride sometimes can be difficult to detect. Okay? Because sometimes people feel like an overly confident person might be prideful when actually that's not what's being exercised. But certain signs in our attitudes or behavior can indicate that we have pride in our mind. Okay? For instance, we're critical and judgmental of others. We feel unhappy when we're not number one. We feel jealous of those who do better than us and have more than us. You're angry when you don't receive the respect you think you deserve. You're angry when criticized. And you feel depressed about your mistakes and things like that. We want to be perfect sometimes. We want to be free of any faults. Well, that ain't the human condition, okay? So, and you want to differentiate very much pride, which is a delusion, from healthy self-esteem and self-confidence, okay, which are healthy and very, very important in the spiritual practice, okay? In your spiritual practice, in your maturity of it, you want to feel that you can progress along the path, and you need confidence to do that. I remember one time We were in Root Institute, Bodh Gaya, and many years ago, and a friend of mine was asked to lead a meditation. She was a nun. And she said, no, I can't do it. And one of my friends yelled at her, another friend, I wasn't a nun at the time, but a friend who was a nun yelled at her, and she said, well, she's never going to get enlightened if she can't lead this basic meditation. She doesn't have the confidence. She said, you need confidence. And it really impressed me. I was like, oh, you do need confidence to actively, healthily progress along the path, to think that you can do it. It doesn't mean you don't make mistakes. That's okay. Okay? So, look at the differences, the difficulties with pride. You feel arrogant and superior to others. You regard others as inferior. Okay? And then that leads you to abuse and criticize them sometimes. Okay? You feel jealous and you're extremely competitive to the point where it's detrimental. You're envious of those that you regard as higher than you. Disturbs your mind. An obstacle to spiritual development. And so on, things like that. Okay, antidotes to pride. Reflect on the source of whatever it is you take pride in and realize how much you are dependent on others. We think we're out there in a bubble. Haughty people, you're off doing it yourself. It's not the case. It's not the case. So even your body came from your parents. Your knowledge came from your teachers. From friends, okay? Your good fortune came from good karma created in previous lives. Okay. Remind yourself of what you don't know. Remind yourself of the qualities the good qualities you do not have. Remember your faults and imperfections. And think, as long as I'm in samsara, my mind is full of delusions and karma. So what's there really to be proud of? I suffer from delusions. You can remember impermanence. Things could change for us, and you could lose what you have. You've seen these people sailing along, everything's great, and then boom, something happens, and they're leveled. Happens all the time. So, that's a little bit about pride. Depression, anybody want to hear about that? Okay. Depression's really a tough one for a lot of people. And Rinpoche, just so you know, and I want to bring up a couple of things because we're a little bit running out of time, because I do want to get to this meditation just briefly. We're going to do it. Is on the Lama Yeshe Wisdom Archive, lywa.org. If you're interested, Lama Yeshe Wisdom Archive. It's connected to us. They're located outside Boston. And what they've done is they've taken all the teachings of Lama Zopa Rinpoche and Lama Yeshe, and they've digitized them. Every single teaching, they're working on digitizing all of it. And then they're working on transcribing a lot of the teachings. Well, a lot of them have been done, and they're on this website. You can read things based on category. There is a phenomenal amount of support material on depression in there from Lama Zopa Rinpoche and Lama Yeshe. Pages and pages and pages. So with depression, one thing we have to do is examine what your mind's saying. Is that the truth? Is that what's accurate? It's often not. The stories you're telling each other, that you're telling yourself. It's often been a very negative loop that's been going on. But you really have to analyze. Nobody cares about me. I never do anything right, okay? What you want to do is, again, thought replacement. I do some things right. Through working with therapy, if you're chronically depressed, I actually do some things right. So that whole story that I don't do anything right, it's not the whole truth. So you really have to poke deeply. What happens with chronic depression is it's gone on, you have a habit of so many years like that. Another thing is to consciously bring to mind and feel joyful about things you have going for you, good qualities, good people around you, your potential to change your mind, to become more loving and caring and to help others, your potential to become enlightened, okay? So depression doesn't want you to do that, and it holds your mind hostage in the darkness, in the negativity, in the confusion and the knottedness and stuff like that. Okay? So it's really, again, over and over, this would be your practice in an analytical meditation, is the distraction is depression. And the active thing is, oh yeah, I helped somebody yesterday. I'm capable of helping somebody. I'm interested in getting enlightened. And give yourself examples from your life that display all those good qualities again and again and again and again. It takes a lot of effort. Possible. And just remembering the times when you were happy, the time before depression, picking up and interjecting those happy thoughts in the mind. Meditating on precious human rebirth is a big antidote to depression. Gratitude, appreciation of your life, noting how rare the life is, how rare this opportunity is. Okay. And then think about samsara. Think about karma. I have karmic imprints to be depressed, you might say, but it can change at any time. It's not permanent. This is samsara's nature. Some people get cancer, some people have depression. It doesn't mean you don't do anything about it, but a little bit more acknowledgement. Okay, and then a quick one, fear and anxiety. Then we're going to move on. The root of fear is a misconception of ourself, okay? And often the wish for things to be permanent, for things not to change when they're going well, okay? And from this arises attachment to what is pleasant, fear of separating from it, or losing what you hold dear, okay? And aversion and fear of unpleasant, unwanted events and experiences. So some antidotes basically are acknowledge what your fears are. Like have your eyes open to things like this, and then think about the nature of samsara. Some of it is stuff happens. Stuff happens. Its nature is suffering, and therefore as long as we're in samsara, we're going to have problems. However, it's very important to remember that you can get out of samsara. So another antidote to fear is courage, facing your fears. So it's a habit. Some people face their fears automatically, all the time. They're constantly, this is a problem, this is an obstacle for me. You hear some people say, I can't do that. You know, and other people kind of, they notice, well, let me see, what would I need to do this? What would I need to accomplish this? Is it realistic? Can I do that? Maybe I can try. Okay? So understanding exactly what it is you do fear and asking yourself, is it reasonable that I have this fear? And then, as I mentioned before, is there anything I can do to prevent this unwanted thing from happening? Is there any way to minimize the chances of it happening? Okay? And if there is, do it. And if there isn't, let it go. Realize there's no point worrying about it. The worrying, you can just accept. Okay? The worrying doesn't change it. I often think, can you also put your fears in perspective? I did a seminar once, and a woman came, and we were working with fear and anxiety, and so her worst fear was her son was going to flunk out of high school. That was her worst fear for her kid. He was going to flunk out of high school. Right? And then I said to her, what about dying with your mind unprepared? And so that kind of put things in perspective for her. She had never thought about that. You know. So it wasn't trying to make her worried about something else, but the whole thing of this idea that had built up in her mind about her son flunking out of high school, all of a sudden she got very constructive. Well, there's something I can do to help him, and we'll get the tutor and the classes, and you know, because fear is destructive and it just negatively loops. Concern is different. Concern is more active, beneficial, focus on something, right? You see the difference? You can also cultivate the practice of taking refuge. Have any of you taken refuge in Buddhism? Okay, so we have a refuge ceremony. And generally you find a qualified teacher that can give refuge. And it's a little bit of acknowledging that this is your path. And they say refuge is the sacred door through which the teaching is entered. It doesn't mean you can't ever go to church again, or it's just more like you wouldn't necessarily find protection and pray to like a God the creator. because we don't have that belief system in like worldly gods. And there's 12 refuge precepts, very good to learn those. And you can recite a little 4-line prayer in the morning 3 times, a little 4-line prayer in the evening 3 times, and you kind of are like, I'm on my way, like that. Taking refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha as a real infallible source of protection for your mind from future suffering. That can help people with fear and worry. You can think about karma, the law of cause and effect. Some people have a propensity to have anxiety attacks. Just something that got set up, it can change, it can end. There's things you can do about it. And so, for instance, maybe you were bit by a dog in a past life. So this particular life you're afraid of dogs. That happens to people. You don't know why, you don't have any reason in this life. I was never had any harm by a dog, but I'm terrified of dogs. Like that, somebody might say. So I could acknowledge, maybe it's from a past life thing that happened, okay? The ultimate fear we have underneath of the loss of control is the fear of the major transition we're going to go through, which is death. Okay, so acknowledging that and realizing it's natural, everybody dies. If you believe in reincarnation, you've been through it many, 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 many times. And you've survived it, right? So, unfortunately, we don't remember the past of what's happened. I think it would motivate us more, but we've been through it again. But mainly what we want to do is plant as many positive seeds as we can right now, so that we can continue to evolve more and more, be happier, and have better rebirths. Okay. Another thing with fear is, can you keep a balance in your life? Okay, meaning avoiding the extremes of excessive worry, and on one hand, and irresponsibility on the other hand. Sometimes we have fears because we're really not taking responsibility for something. We're not awake enough to something in our lives. So it freaks you out. It's kind of normal. So that's all I wanted to say right now about that. We could go on for another weekend on that. But what I'd like to do is a very short Vajrasattva practice, because could we get the silver prayer books? I just want to give those out and have you focus on this mantra. I'm going to do this very quickly, but this is a very profound purification practice. So, this practice, Vajrasattva, is an aspect of the Buddha. Crystal white being, absolutely beautiful, draped in silks, scarves, jewels, radiant and peaceful. And he exists specifically to help us purify. So, with negative emotions, sometimes we're stuck and we feel like there's nothing we can do. And what I do every day is this practice. I'll get to that in a sec, yeah. So what I do every day is I do this practice. It's very powerful, and at least it helps me feel like whatever happened that day that I messed up, and every day there's something, little, small, conscious, unconscious, at least I'm keeping it to a minimum. And sometimes I feel like that's the best I can do in addition to the rest of my practice. It's very important. And once you learn it and you actually get an initiation, but you can do it like this without an initiation. Okay? So let me lead you through it, and then I'm going to take you to the mantra. So just for now, just sit comfortably. And slowly just lightly close your eyes. And allow yourself to settle here into the space. And bring your awareness right now to a normal, natural breath. Visualize over the crown of your head. Right now is this radiant, just 6-inch being, this aspect of the Buddha called Vajrasattva. He's seated same direction as you. And imagine him in the nature of light. Seated cross-legged, his hands are crossed at his heart, the left holding a bell, the right holding a small dorje or thunderbolt, and they represent method and wisdom. So the view of emptiness, wisdom, and method is bodhicitta, the skillful means you need to get enlightened. He's draped in beautiful silks and jewels. And imagine as if he is there over your crown. At his heart is a tiny moon lying flat, moon disk. In the center is his seed syllable, Hung, H-U-M or H-U-N-G. So the moon is like white like a conch shell. The seed syllable is silvery, standing upright. And around the edge of the moon, like a strand of radiant pearls, is his 100-syllable mantra, standing clockwise. Everything in the nature of light. Just visualize as best as you can. So in order to do effective purification, you do it with something called the 4 opponent powers. They all begin with R. They can be in varied orders. So these are the 4 opponent powers: regret, refuge, remedy, and resolution. So first, take a moment to reflect on a specific negativity right now, something you've done, thought, or said you'd like to purify, and generate a very deep sense of regret for this activity. Regret is different than guilt. Guilt is a negative looping of the mind that has no benefit. Regret is a deep sense of sadness, understanding how you harmed yourself or others, but it does have a remedy. It is going to lead us to fix it. Take a moment, experience a deep sense of regret. Vajrasattva is here to help us. So imagine the second opponent power taking refuge in Vajrasattva. So basically seeking safe direction with Vajrasattva. You have more power than me, more insight. Just from your heart, ask him for help right now with this particular negativity. So formally, when you do the practice, sometimes there's a refuge prayer you can recite at that point. The third opponent power is the remedy. We are going to recite a few Vajrasattva mantras together with some visualizations. So one visualization, he's very happy to help. So radiant nectar and light begin to flow from Vajrasattva's heart. It cascades down through our crowns like a radiant waterfall. And it washes down all the negativities we've done with our body, down and out through all the lower openings of our body, till they're completely gone. So we're going to recite a mantra with this visualization as best as you can. So what I'd like you to do, page 204 in the Silver Prayer Book. And while you're looking at that, I'm going to read just generally a synopsis of this mantra. You, Vajrasattva, have generated the holy mind, bodhicitta, according to your pledge. Your holy mind is enriched with the simultaneous holy actions of releasing transmigratory beings from samsara. Whatever happens in my life, happiness or suffering, good or bad, with a pleased holy mind, never give up, but please guide me. Page 204. Please stabilize all happiness, including the happiness of the upper realms, actualize all actions, and sublime and common realizations, and please make the glory of the five wisdoms abide in my heart. So the Silver Prayer Book, if everybody could get a copy of the Silver Prayer Book. There you go. Great. Page 204. And what we're going to do is, so we're going to do so let me describe the other visualizations, since we're out of time. Second visualization, all the negativities you do with your speech, the nectar and light rays are still coming down through your crown, and it washes all those negativities down, and then all the way back up and out through all the upper openings of the body. Negativities associated with your speech, till they're completely gone. And this happens while you're reciting the mantra, so I'm going to explain in a little bit how we do that. Third visualization, at your heart is a constricted knot of your self-cherishing and all negativities associated with your mind. The nectar and light rays come down through the crown, goes directly to the constricted knot, instantly eliminates it. It forms again and again. We continue to purify. Okay. What some people do when there's time is they would do 7 mantras for each visualization. Okay? So we're just going to focus on the first visualization, and we'll do 3 mantras together, just so you get a sense how that works. So it's going to be hard. You're not going to be able to do the visualization unless you have the mantra memorized. So we'll recite some of the mantra. Okay? And then if you'd like, after that, you can recite Om Vajrasattva Hong, and then you can try one of the visualizations while you recite that and see what it's like. You get a little experience of mantra recitation with the visualization. So top of page 204. And there are some, so the SHs are not pronounced in this. So if you can follow my pronunciation, unfortunately the pronunciation's a little, it's not exactly literally how it sounds, okay? So just do your best. Om Vajrasattva Sammaya Manupalaya Vajrasattva Dinoba Dida Dido Me Bhava Suto Kayo Me Bhava Supo Kayo Me Bhava Anurakto Me Bhava Sarva Siddhi Me Prayatsa Sarva Karma Susame Sitam Shriyam Kuru Hom Ha 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 Ho Bhagavan Sarva Tata Gata Vajra Mame Mut Vajra Bhava Mahasamaya Sat Aum Pe Om Vajrasattva Sammaya Manupalaya Vajrasattva Dinoba Dida Dido Me Bhava Suto Kayo Me Bhava Subo Kayo Me Bhava Anurakto Me Bhava Sarva Siddhi Me Prayatsa Sarva Karma Suchame Sitam Shriyam Guru Hom Ha 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 Ho Bhagavan Sarva Tata Gata Vajra Mame Mut Vajra Bhava Mahasamaya Sa Aum Pe Om Vajrasattva Sammaya Manupalaya Sattva Dinoba Dida Dida Me Bhava Suto Kayo Me Bhava Supo Kayo Me Bhava Anurakto Me Bhava Sarva Siddhi Me Prayatsa Sarva Karma Susame Sitam Shriyam Kuru Hom Ha 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 Ho Bhagavan Sarva Tata Gata Vajra Mame Mut Vajrasattva Mahasamaya Sattva Aum Pe. So when you recite mantras in a group, you do need to articulate air, so there is air that leaves your lips, but not loud enough to disturb the person next to you. So if you'd like to start, recite Om Vajrasattva Hong is a short mantra. It's better if you can recite the long one, but that's fine to get a sense of reciting the mantra with the visualization. And again, try one of the visualizations of the light pouring down, eliminating all negativities of the body through the lower openings of the body, washing everything down and then back up, leaving all the upper openings of the body, purifying negativities of the speech, and all the negativities of the mind eliminated at the heart center through the radiant light coming down through your crown from Vajrasattva's heart. So we'll just do a short some mantra recitation on our own. You can do it any pace that you like. Oh, yes. Om Vajrasattva Samaya Manobalaya Vajrasattva Dinaba Dida Dido Me Baba Sudokaya Me Baba Subokaya Me Baba Anuragdo Me Baba Sarva Siddhi Me Prayata Sarva Karma Susame Shriyam Guru Ha 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 Bhagavan Sarva Tata Gata Vajramami Mus Vajrabhava Mahasamaya Sat Aum Pe. So the fourth power is the power of resolution. So what you want to do is set a realistic time frame to refrain from doing whatever negativity you are focused on. So instead of saying, oh, I won't get angry for the rest of my life, which is not realistic, you could say, for the next 5 minutes, I will not get angry. And if you keep it, it's much more effective in purifying a negative behavior pattern. So just think, I will not commit this negativity from now until, and set your own resolution. Vajrasattva is extremely pleased with our practice and says, child of the lineage, all your negativities, obscurations, and degenerated vows are now all completely purified. So even though you may feel you have not purified everything, you definitely have purified something. So the more faith you can generate in that, the more effective the purification. Vajrasattva slowly dissolves from the edges into the middle into a radiant crystal drop of light. And imagine this tiny crystal dissolves into your crown. Feel all the blessings of Vajrasattva's holy body, holy speech, and holy mind. So in conclusion of this afternoon and this day, I'd like to dedicate the positive energy, the merit. Whatever positive energy we've created, I would like to invest that in our really being able to counter delusion as it arises in our mind more and more quickly. May it help move us along a path to full awakening, because there are so many beings suffering on the planet. May we be able to then reach out and benefit all of them. May there be peace in all world systems instantly, and all those who need additional healing, may they receive it completely and immediately. Can we turn in the gold prayer books to page 235? Yeah, maybe, is it possible next weekend we can just have them out for people, or do people have tables in front of them, or, because I usually use the gold prayer book at the end at least. The silver prayer book not that often, but the gold one would be helpful next week. Next we can just share with people. Page 235, just nice to do a dedication. We're just going to read these 3 verses. Why don't we do a little chant for them? First 2 verses. Last verse, just as the brave Manjushri and Samantabhadra too have realized things as they are, I too dedicate all these merits in the best way, that I may follow their perfect example. Page 244, the long life prayers for His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Gangri Rangwei Go Wei Jin Kam De Bendang De Wa Malu Chung Wei Ne Shen Rei Si Guang Ten Jing Gya Tso Yi Sha Pei Si Te Bar Du Teng Gyo Jin. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serves the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 jewels, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long.